Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll call the January 20th, 6 p.m. meeting of the Johnston County Board of Commissioners to order and welcome each one of you here, those that are in the room with us and those that are also out in the hallway. We apologize for that. Somewhere along the way, they thought it was a good idea to build this room the size that they did, and but we promise we're going to get everyone in and get everyone taken care of. So, first item on the agenda is that we start our meetings with an invocation. I've asked Commissioner Rose to lead us in that, and also followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked Commissioner Stevens to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you choose to stand with us, please do so now.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for Johnston County and for the people we are called to serve. We ask for your wisdom, your guidance, and your compassion as we make decisions tonight. Help us to lead with humility, to listen with grace, to act in love, following the example of Jesus Christ. We place our work in your hands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. First item on the agenda is the approval and discussion of the agenda. Have you had an opportunity to look it over? And if so, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I move we approve the agenda, Mr. Chairman, as presented.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, hearing none, all in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The item number 2 is a consent agenda. We have 5 items on that. It's approval of minutes from the January 5th, 2026, 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. meetings. There's some additions to the system for the Department of Transportation, a proclamation for All in Red Month for Johnston Health Foundation. The Sheriff's Office requests to surplus a vehicle, and then 2 budget revisions, one for the jail in the amount of $1,360.48, and one for the Sheriff's Office in $14,176.65. Any changes, or I'll hear a motion to approve.
With one clarification, Mr. Chairman, the all in red is for the month of February, and I move it be approved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be done by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. Next item on the agenda is public comments. First item, we'd like to invite Bryant Spivey to come in. I think he has a gentleman he would like to introduce to everyone. Mr. Spivey?
Y'all ready for us? Everybody heard you were speaking of that. Thank you for having us here to the Johnston County Board of Commissioners meeting in your public comments section this evening. I wanted to take just a moment to come to the Commissioners meeting tonight and recognize Tim Britton. Tim Britton has served with us as our field crops extension agent here in Johnston County since 2009. And has done a superb job of serving the citizens of Johnston County, many of which are in the hallway out there, and a lot of people out there that we know. And but Tim was recognized just last week on Thursday at the Joint Commodity Conference in North Carolina as the Soybean Extension Agent of the Year for North Carolina, a highly deserved honor for Tim. Tim has done untold countless hours of on-farm research, educational programs, provided opportunities and data to help them improve their farming operations. And I wanted to bring Tim tonight just for a special recognition for the Johnston County Board of Commissioners. You all, this board has done a great deal to support agriculture in this county for many, many years, including Tim Britton and his position, and we appreciate you all. And I wonder if Tim might want to say a word or two.
Well, I just want to say, without y'all, what I do wouldn't be possible. So I appreciate y'all and Rick and the Johnston County as a whole. Great place to work. Wouldn't want to work nowhere else.
And I just want to say too, you're looking at a true public servant here. I have been around this county once in a while on a holiday, and see Tim Britton go by, you know, headed to the field. And I said, Tim, what you doing? Well, I'm going to pick these soybeans or do. That's the way he works. If somebody calls, it don't matter if it's 7 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock at night. He's going to answer the telephone or get back to those growers and try to address their needs. If he thinks it's going to rain on Monday and they can harvest beans on Saturday, that's what he's going to do. And this is an honor that's well deserved for Tim Britton, and he has served very honorably.
He's even been in my little soybean field.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
We appreciate your hard work and dedication to the county.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I'd be glad to take a picture. Yes, sir. Come on.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Fantastic. Great.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I got to keep some over here. Also, part of the public comment section, if there's anyone here that would like to speak, address the board, that is something that is not on the agenda coming up, if you're here for the public hearing, that will be at a little bit later time. But this is an opportunity to hear from the citizens. Is there anyone here that's here to speak on just public comment? Can we check in the hallway out there and make sure I don't want to miss out on anybody. Okay. Everybody's good. Okay, sounds great. All right, then we'll move on to item number 4, that's proclamation of the National FFA Week. And we've got some wonderful looking ladies and gentlemen that have joined us here this morning. We're glad to have you here. And I've asked Commissioner Pace Davis to read the proclamation for us, and we'll move forward with adopting it.
Did y'all want to say anything else before the proclamation, or y'all good?
Do you have a spokesperson?
The
I just
leader.
want to say thank you.
Hey, you can
for-
come up to the mic.
Come on up here. There you go. Put you on the spot.
Thank you for allowing us to come out and talk to y'all today and see what's happening. Everything you guys do for us as students and as an agriculture community, it means so much to us. And we're honored that you guys invited us to be a part of this decision. And thank you for thinking about us when you're making your decisions, thinking about the agriculture community and thinking about education and what's happening in our classroom.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Very proud of you. All right.
All right. Ready for the proclamation?
Yes.
All right. It is my honor and privilege to be able to do this tonight. All right. Whereas FFA and agriculture education provide a strong foundation for the youth of America in the future of food, fiber, and natural resource systems. And whereas FFA promotes premier leadership, personal growth, and career success among its members. And whereas agriculture education and FFA ensure a steady supply of young professionals to meet the growing needs in the science, business, and technology of agriculture. And whereas the FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve, gives direction and purpose to these students who take an active role in succeeding in agriculture education. And whereas FFA promotes citizenship, volunteerism, patriotism, and cooperation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Johnston County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim February 21st through the 28th, 2026 as National FFA Week. Proclaim this day, the 20th day of January 2026. And I would like to move that into a motion.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Right here, second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm just excited to see a room full of blue jackets. And as a past Johnston County Federation officer, it just gives all the warm, fuzzy feelings in my heart to see all this, and just excited to be here for this to happen to this tonight.
Absolutely. Anyone else? If not, hearing none, then we'll all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Proclamation carries. Thank you so much for being here. We're proud
And
of
then
you.
do a picture.
And we'll do a picture? Sure. You did a great job as spokesperson.
You
too.
very, very well
Absolutely.
spoken.
Good job.
Great job.
Keep shuffling. There we go.
Ms. Stevens, can you step to your right just a smidge or left? Keep going.
A smidge.
Just a smidge.
I cannot get taller.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Good to see y'all.
Great job.
Appreciate it. Good to see you. sir.
Y'all have a
Great
pleasant
job. Good to see
It's
you.
gonna be busy, but it's gonna be fun.
Thank you. Good job. See you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, I love it. Hello, Ray.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Lady, didn't get that one.
Fantastic. All right, that moves us into item number 5, Emergency Services, Johnston County Fire Commission Apparatus Replacement Recommendation. We have someone that's going to present that information.
Hey, can you hear out there? You can't? Okay. Let me go, Greg.
Okay. Come forward, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are y'all?
Good, good.
Thank you for allowing us to present tonight. Appreciate you having us. Before we get started, just remind everybody to check their equipment coming up with the weather we got coming up. Make sure your heaters are in order and all your generators, because we don't know how long it's going to last, but it's the time to do it. It's the day.
If you don't mind, introduce yourself and who you got with you. I
I'll
didn't know who was here, so I didn't say your name before you walked in.
Travis Johnson, Fire Marshal.
Yes.
Chris Ellingson, the Chairman of the Fire Commission. Jordan Piper, Deputy Fire Marshal. Justin Langdon, and Lee Bird.
Ryan.
Sandy Wood.
Building on the momentum of the Fire Protection Service District, the apparatus replacement plan adopted in October, we're here this evening to present the first group of apparatus to request approval. The trucks included on this request are 30 years old or older and represent the highest priority of replacement. Each department was met with individually to fully understand their operational needs and their financial capacity, ensuring that each request was feasible and in full adherence to the adopted policy. I think you have a copy of the recommendation in your packet. Chief Ellington's here. We can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Chief?
Good evening. Good evening. We barely made it through the metal detectors. That's why we were a little bit slow getting
I understand.
through the apparatus replacement plan. We were able to identify apparatus that were 30 years old or older, and working with departments to see what their operational needs were currently, and seeing about the replacement of these apparatus. We were able to move some apparatus around and identify that some apparatus didn't need to be replaced. We could just get those out of the system, which was a cost savings for us. And even departments working together, the collaboration of departments, we were able to take a engine that was contracted earlier at a discounted rate and move it to a department that had a 30-year-old apparatus. That allows them to get an apparatus faster and at a cheaper rate, ultimately saving us all money, being able to do more. So we did identify 2 engines. One of those would go to Elevation Fire Department, and Meta Fire Department will assume the contracted apparatus that was already with another department. 5210, Antioch, Bethany, Four Oaks, Micro, and Princeton were identified to purchase 6 tankers. The Pine Level Fire Department, due to their operational considerations, and they have an apparatus on order, they would not need to replace their 30-year-old apparatus that serves them as a tanker now. So our recommendation would be purchase 2 engines and 6 tankers to replace these 30-year-old apparatus.
All right. Any questions for the chairman of the fire commission?
What about the tankers that are currently in place? Whenever they get replaced, what will happen with those?
These are 30-year-old apparatus, so our goal is to get these out of the system.
Okay.
Whether they'll be surplus or donated or what have you.
Okay.
We're going to get those out of Johnston County's system anyway. Get them off our repair bid.
Yeah.
Chief, I was happy to hear about the plan you talked about, moving an engine over to a more needy fire department and replace that with a tanker. And so that was, to me, that is what this was all about, is one system working together for everybody's needs. And I think it was a win-win for both fire departments. And I was really glad to see everybody working together like that.
Absolutely. I thought that was a great thing to do, and that cut the cost of that truck in half. So.
Fantastic. Any other questions or comments?
By getting 6 tankers, would we be able to get a discount by being able to purchase in bulk?
We have, when we met with all the departments that are getting tankers or were recommended for tankers, we asked, could we get together and do a bulk purchase? And hopefully with that, we can receive a discounted rate. I feel certain that if we're going to go to the table for 6 tankers, that we'll be able to get a good deal.
I have a question, Chief. In the past, when we've had a couple of dozen different districts asking at various times of the year for replacement parts, it would hit us occasionally. But now here's all at one time. How often would this happen? Is this an annual thing or quarterly, or what do you think?
We're hoping to get it down to an annual thing.
Right.
Unless there is an emergency.
Right.
There needs to be an emergency purchase, we'd obviously come back and help that department out if there was a wreck or some damage to a vehicle.
Good.
Hoping to get it down to an annual basis and do that in budget times.
All right. Anything else? What is the recommendation of the board?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Johnston County Fire Commission apparatus replacement recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Very good, sir. Item number 6 is the Princeton Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated approval of a tax-exempt loan status.
Yes, Commissioners, we have a request for a tax-exempt loan through KS Bank for the amount of $750,000 for Princeton Volunteer Fire Department to do some remodeling on their 37-year-old Station 1 downtown, to add sleeping quarters, new bathrooms, shower facilities, laundry facilities, and upgrade the ADA within the existing footprint of the building they have now to renovate it to current standards, current needs. And I have Chief Adam Stanley with me tonight. If you have any questions on that, you go ahead.
Chief, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Have anything you want to add?
Not at all. I'd like to say thank you for inviting us to your big old party you got going on ahead of the storm, actually. But no, I really, it's an opportunity for to upgrade a 38-year-old facility now, all within the current footprint of the facility. So we're not adding any more square footage to it. We're actually doing away with a couple bays to add those sleeping quarters to move forward that 24-hour staffing in the very near future, next year.
Okay. Any questions for Chief Stanley?
So I did have one, Chief. So you're still, do you have, I guess, firemen who are ready to occupy, or you still got to hire more, or are you kind of combination of both?
Yeah, so right now we're strictly during the daytime, Monday through Friday with part-time, full-time staffing, and then supplemented by volunteers. We're very blessed that we still have a strong volunteer force for nights and weekends. But as it gets busier, like this past year, we're actually responding to a little over 741 calls. So we expect next year it's going to grow another 10%, so we'll bust that 800 mark, where we know 24-hour staffing is definitely needed. So the goal will be to get the building ready for it, then move to the next step. Hopefully we'll seek out grants, the FEMA grant for safer for staffing, and come back to you with that information as well.
Well, we appreciate the planning ahead and being prepared for that moment. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll add to that. I appreciate the extraordinary job that your department does, and you as well. We're very blessed in Johnston County to have some wonderful departments doing great things and serving the citizens. So thank you for the good job.
We appreciate all y'all's support.
And I would just add, as a Princeton resident, that absolutely, thank you for all you do. And I just wanted to reiterate that the loan is for up to $750, and that it may be less, and some of the quotes are showing that it could be a little less.
That's correct, it
Okay,
is.
yes, thank you.
Any comments or discussion for Chief Stanley? Okay, all right. That being said, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the resolution approving tax exempt status for the loan.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
All right, item number 7, Emergency Services Resolution adopting the Cape Fear Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. And I think Sandy Wood, our emergency management coordinator, is going to, or director, I can't keep up with all your titles. Chief of
But I did
Emergency
bring the
Management.
director.
There you go. Is going to present that to us. Go right ahead.
Thank you guys for having us here. Before I start, I want to echo a little bit about what Travis mentioned. We are monitoring the weather along with our other public safety partners and preparing and keeping an eye on that. We'll keep sending out information and also follow our social media pages and anything that we can do to remind people of how to be prepared, some things they should check. We'll be pushing that out as well. As far as tonight, I'd like to ask for adoption of the 2025 Cape Fear Hazard Mitigation Plan. This is a plan that we update every 5 years, and the purpose of this plan is to reduce the loss of life and property in the event of a disaster. This does put us, by having this plan in place, it puts us in position to receive funding if it comes through after a disaster, and we have utilized that before to help our citizens.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Wood?
I had questions 5 years ago, but I think I'm ready to move forward now.
Good. All right.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
Have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Ms. Wood, would you speak on briefly on the weather situation and the white flag
Yes, sir.
efforts that the county has put forth to
Yes, sir.
take care of our citizens?
So right now, we currently have 2 shelters in place. One of those is Street Reach. Street Reach is located at the Smithfield Colbert Ministry Center, First Baptist Church. They work with the homeless in our area, and this is a men and women facility, but it does not have children. So we work with the Salvation Army and with the Smithfield Rescue Mission to provide places for people to stay warm that has women and children as well. And we're continuing to look at all things and monitoring the weather to see if something happens that would increase us needing to do some other things as well.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Appreciate the work of your staff and all the emergency services people, law enforcement, everyone's out taking care of the citizens and making sure everybody's safe.
Amen.
Thank
Would
you.
you say your Facebook page is the most accurate place for people to find out where additional shelters may be opening depending on the weather?
We'll push it out on our Facebook page, social media. We'll put it on our website. And another thing I want to remind people to do is look at the EM alert page. That has road closings, that has National Weather Service, that has power outages. So people can go to our website and look at EM alerts. That's a good source of information as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate y'all being here tonight.
Thank y'all.
All right, we'll give them an opportunity to move out, and then we'll move on to item number 8, which is a public hearing on the Unified Development Ordinance. And give them just a second, we'll move forward with this. And at that point, I'll open the public hearing. I'll ask our planning director, Braston Newton, to come forward and provide a statement for the hearing, and then we'll hear from folks in the audience.
Good evening.
You're getting ready to start the public hearing. If you keep the volume down, you'll be able to hear on this screen. Thank you.
Fantastic. There we go. All right, go ahead, sir.
There you go. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board of Commissioners, good to see you this evening. Just want to recap where we're at with the UDO, how we got here, the process from beginning to end.
So this all really started with our land use plan, which we started looking at adopting. We're developing a new land use plan. Back in 2021, that land use plan was, there was strong public engagement. That was a long process, took approximately 2 years to complete that plan, and that was adopted late in 2023. Since that time, going back about 18 months, we engaged consultant Kimley Horn to assist with development of a new unified development ordinance, which is the logical next step in this process. So that kicked off with a kind of a very broad stakeholders meeting, just to get some input from the community, from all stakeholders, as to what was working, what wasn't, desires, hopeful outcomes, and things of that nature. We moved on to establishing a more focused group, if you want to call it that, that involved or had representation from various sectors, agriculture, development, construction, general, we had transportation represented there as well. We had a member from this body as well as planning board. So we felt like we covered every sector in order to get feedback and get input about specific components to the ordinance as well. In addition, back in earlier in June of this year, mid-June of this year, we had a couple of weeks where we had 7 public meetings, and they were held throughout the county. And those locations corresponded to the 7 electoral districts for the commissioners, as well giving people opportunity to hear some of the content of the plan and provide comment on that as well. In addition, I want to give some gratitude and compliment to this board for setting aside time in groups of small groups of either 2 or 3 to spend on 2 different occasions to take a deep dive into the material, and as we develop that and we discuss that and try to formulate this new unified development ordinance and remain consistent with the goals in the land use plan. That is not typical. I will say that. But it's actually very welcome by staff, and we do appreciate that. So now we have planning board. We did have a planning board conducted a public hearing and subsequent took action to make a recommendation with some charge to staff, and you'll hear that at a later date. But to go back and do maybe some test case on some of the provisions within the UDO to see how that shakes out comparing comparable properties. So with that, that's where we're at today. Throughout this process, we did publish the first draft of the UDO in November of 2025. We did make some revisions to that, republish that. They weren't anything terribly substantive. We found just some errors and omissions there. And where we're at currently is it is in process of legal review. 4 of the 8 chapters, 7 or 8 chapters have been reviewed by outside legal counsel that the county has engaged, who has extensive experience in land use and reviewing these types of documents. And we are currently working to incorporate those provisions of the legal review. So as we get closer with those, we will share those both publicly and with this body as well. So that is where we're at today. I'm glad to take any comments, questions from the board at this time.
Any questions, Mr. Bryson Newton?
When do you anticipate the legal review will be complete on this?
In speaking with the consultant earlier, we were thinking 1st of February. We're going to try and expedite that. So we're going to get them some additional help to make sure those red lines are incorporated. So
you said 4 chapters have been fully reviewed. How many remain?
That would leave 3, I believe, total. 4. Now, keeping in mind, there's a couple of those that have already undergone legal review, being stormwater, as that was approved late last year and went into effect January 1 anyway. So that's already been done. We don't foresee any issues there. That's going to be a very brief review. Once again, we weren't, they will do a dive into riparian buffers, which was actually pulled out and made its own chapter as well on erosion and sedimentation control, but those should be fairly swift.
All right, so you can anticipate it'll be done by 1st of February or
1st of February. Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Newton? Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This time I'll open the public hearing, and what I would ask is if, we got a lot of folks here today, and first of all, let me say thank you for taking time to come out here and to participate in what's going on. This is an important process for the county, and your voice is important, and we're glad that you're here. All the folks standing out in the hall, same thing with them. We appreciate your input and glad you're here. I would ask that if you're here with a larger group and you have a spokesperson that perhaps could speak on your behalf, that would probably be helpful, just so that we have an opportunity to hear from each group and hear from everybody's perspective on this. But sir, if you'll come up and state your name and your location or township where you live, and we'll start with you.
Okay, let me make sure I get that all right. Donnie Adams.
Okay.
I live in Clayton, in the city limits of Clayton. And I am a born and bred in Johnston County resident. Lived here the vast majority of my life. For a couple of years we farmed outside the county.
Okay.
Number one, before I tell you who else I am, first off, I'm a bit embarrassed. I came tonight prepared to show the respect to the board that I think it deserves. I had a nice looking coat. See all this picture that I had a nice jacket. But I got a phone call when I was getting out of my truck, and it left my mind, and I didn't want to lose this seat tonight, so I can go back and get it. So I apologize for that.
We can visualize.
Okay, thank you. It was stunning.
You look great.
I'm just saying, probably those of us here with jackets on probably wish we didn't have to wear one either, so.
So continuing on with who I am, I'm a professional civil engineer, work in the county for Becker Morgan Group. We have an office on Main Street in Clayton. I also am a member of the Johnston County Building Industry Association, also known as the HBA. I sit on, or I co-chair the Government Affairs Committee for the HBA. So I can't speak on behalf of all of those, but I am part of that group tonight. So I want to try to be as brief as I can. There's a lot to cover. I spoke at the planning board meeting and went quite lengthy. Probably could have talked a lot more, but I did in advance. I did provide written comments that I shared with the planning board, with the commissioners, and also with the planning staff. And so there's a significant amount of comments that I made. I hope that you've had opportunity to dig into those, because I'm not going to be repeating them all tonight, but we are going to hit on a few different things. So in talking through, and appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, I do have about 4 speakers that are in concert with me that I would like for them to follow, and I'm going to kind of set it up and set the talking points, and we all understood that there was going to expect to be a lot of people here, so we are going to be as brief and as on point as we possibly can. And my goal is to stand here, and at the end of it, I'll just do a quick closing statement. So I appreciate that, appreciate the time. Staying on appreciation, I do want to, just like I did at the planning board meeting, I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work that has gone into getting the UDO to the point that it is now. And so I couldn't even imagine putting myself in the place of having to put that on paper. I put myself in the place of reviewing it and try to understand it and make legitimate comments to applying it to real world conditions. So I applaud all the work, and I think, as you'll see tonight as we talk through it, that our goal isn't to just outright tear it down and say this has no validity and nowhere, but it comes from a point of, okay, we've studied it. This is something that it's in our professional world that we deal with every day, and so we've tried to apply it to real life situations and to hopefully, like I said at the planning board meeting, I feel like we're all part of a big team, and we're all different players: first base, second base, third base, pitchers, whatever. We all have our roles to play in it, and so I believe an important part of the role is what we're doing tonight, and at least in my role, is to be able to dig in and share insights on it, and it's from that side that I'm speaking tonight. As I talked about being here in the county, I grew up playing Little League Baseball in Cleveland School area. My family farmed, and I did a whole lot of work in the fields right there in the Cleveland School area. As I told you earlier, I'm a resident in the county, and also have a business in the county. I say all that to say I believe that Johnston County is a wonderful place to live, work, and play. I have done, and I am doing all of those things, and I want to play my part in continuing that. There's always room for all of us to get better, so I really do believe that that's part of this process, why this UDO is in front of us, is to make us all better, make the county better going forward. So that again, I believe that's going to be the sentiment that everybody from our team is going to be speaking to tonight, in a goal to make things better. So where we're going to on our conversation is we're going to do a brief talk, and I'm going to do this one on setbacks as they're being established by this draft UDO. We're going to talk briefly about the land use buffers from ag to non-ag, and we are going to take those and maybe a slight mention of open space or density, and provide a real-world example of a subdivision currently on the ground and going through the process that is, I think, an outstanding example of a wonderful development in the county. And so we want to take that and share how this code would impact if it was coming in today. So I hope that to be a good example. And then we're going to have someone speak on the aspect of the regulation put in place by by Legislation General Assembly 160D-601. I talked briefly about that, and then we're going to address the affordability of workforce housing, and then I'm going to do my quick closing. So that sounded like a lot. It is a lot, but we're going to try to move fast. So I'm going to jump straight into it. One of the things that stuck out to me as I'm reviewing this process were the setbacks, and my setback conversation is focused on residential land development. And also maybe it is targeted a little bit more to development that has public water and individual septic systems, which is a good portion of development we see in the county. So we move in from our current setbacks. Side setbacks and rear setbacks are currently 5 feet. We are moving in the new code. The new code, draft code, moves up to a 20-foot side setback. So that's a 4-fold increase in your side setbacks. And the rear setback moves up to 25 feet, which is a 5-fold increase in that setback. The front as it's written, it moves from a 20-foot setback to a 50-foot setback. And in conversations and working through some of the comments, understand that the 50-foot is not the true intention. There's that typo for a better word and what I understand it to be is we do call out a corner side setback, which is a setback if your house is the corner lot, you have frontage on 2 roads, so you'll have a front setback and a side road setback. That side road setback is called out as 40 feet in the new UDO. It's my understanding that the intent was that the front setback would basically reflect that to be the same. So the reason that I say that it's impactful, especially in septic communities, because it takes up more land and makes more challenges to being able to design and set up proper areas for a proper septic field system. So those are concerns, and I think the reason a lot of these concerns, I understand the goals and the intents to a point. What I get concerned about is I do believe, and I have understood that an overall intent is that we're on goal to move our density closer to the municipalities and be able to put things in place to save some farmland. And so I think that's the intent of a lot of these. I think the setbacks are one that challenges that a bit. Again, not from a really high dense development where you're talking about where you have water and sewer, but from those subdivisions, the areas in the county where you have water and safety. And I think that's an area where there is high demand for those lots. And the more challenges that we put in place for that, with the intention of trying to preserve, to push growth towards or density towards the municipalities and preserve more farmland, I think there's a legitimate concern that things like that increase the opportunity for urban sprawl and can push it out. And there's two sides to every coin, and people have different opinions on that. So that just happens to be mine. And so, yeah, setbacks are something that I would say we really need to pay attention to and understand how that's affecting that part of our development. With that being said, I'm going to step to the side for a second and allow Neil Jarman to come up. He is going to talk briefly about the land use buffers between ag and non-ag.
Mr. Chairman, do we have an opportunity to ask questions through this process?
Yes, yeah.
I'd like to ask Mr. Adams a question, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, I know you had written comments and concerns about the studio that you supplied to our planning department.
Yes, sir.
Were the things that you talked about in these setbacks, were they part of those comments you presented to planning?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a response to that from our planning staff?
Let me answer that by a guarded answer. Yes, I have received two things. Braston, I wasn't going to mention names. Planning staff reached out to me and said they had had opportunity to study the comments, and I think they were looking at all comments, not just Donnie's comments, but all comments that they received. And I think I can't speak for them 100%. I think they're still going through that process. But I did have a conversation and started the process of him being able to ask me some questions in response to some of my questions in a talking, but we just were tip of the iceberg. After the meeting, which was this morning, after the meeting, we wrapped up at lunchtime, and so he did send me some responses from planning staff as well as Anna's team with the sorry, I shouldn't mention names. From the consultant that's working on it. Yep. Honestly, it was all I've been able to do this afternoon to talk to people that have blown my phone up and try to get ready to not act like an idiot in front of you guys tonight as we talk through this. So I have not read those responses. I cannot tell you if I got follow-up questions, if they addressed them all, or if it's still work in progress. My speculation is it's work in progress.
Well, that's really what I was trying to get at
Yes,
here.
sir.
Are we covering ground that's already been covered in writing and is being worked on, or is it new ground?
Tonight,
Yes.
well, I think that question probably can go across the board. What I think that Neil is going to talk about, yes, he's going to show a visual example that I haven't shown. The next guy in line, which we're going to show the real world example, which I think is really, really important, is not a repeat. It's going to talk about points that are there.
All right. But in relative to your specific questions, they have been presented to planning, and they are working on a response back to you, so to the best of your knowledge, they are in the process of being addressed. Is that correct?
That's what I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Yep. Feel free to pull me back up here at any time.
We'll do that. Thank you. Sir, if you don't mind, state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Neil Jarman. I've been living here in Johnston County for 28 years. I've been building homes for 26 for myself. So I've been part of the home building process a long time. Hey, I learned that this podium expands. And it's nice.
But I've been here.
Focus now, okay?
Yeah, I've been here for a long time. So I thank you guys for taking the time, and ladies, for taking the time to listen to us and hear our concerns. And thank you, Donnie, for everything you said and presented. Donnie has done a huge amount of work on this new UDO, trying to help us all understand what's in it. So I just want to talk about buffers. What I've got here up on the screen was the proposed UDO before it got changed. So it got, this was the original that was sent out at the beginning that we heard about, or at least I did, on December 2nd at the Ag Center. And this got revised. So what you see here but what you see up there is this is talking about setbacks and buffers. And the setbacks here are right there at A, B, C, and D. And those numbers have changed, like I said. So let me pull that paper out. Can't see. Now, the residential is 75 feet, public and civic is 150 feet, the medical, I gotta look at the buffer. Here it is, it changed on me, sorry about that. The residential is 75 feet, the public and civic is 100 feet, the commercial is now 150 feet, and the industrial is 300 feet. So I'm just showing you where I got that from, and that talks about the buffer. So we're just going to go straight to the table. That talks about the landscape buffers. That just shows you the types of buffers there are. So we're going to move on to the spreadsheet that's got the new numbers on it. I wish I had a pointer. I didn't bring one with me. But if you look up there, you'll see that Chapter 14 shows the existing buffers, and then the proposed UDO shows the new buffers. So the proposed UDO shows a residential. Well, let's look back at Chapter 14. The agriculture residential AR, and AR is at 0 right now, and commercial is an A, and industrial to an industrial is an A. So moving right on down to the proposed, you'll see that's kind of a, when they're like zoning districts, it's not a very difficult buffer that's put up there. It's a type A, which is the most minor landscape buffer. And as you see down in the proposed UDO, those buffers have changed. They've increased a little bit. Like residential up to residential is an A. Residential to commercial is a B, residential to industrial is a D. So when residential is being developed and it's up to an industrial, it has to do a D. But now the big change, I mean, some of those have changed that I can talk about more, but we're not. So if you look down at the agriculture, you'll just notice that there's two types of buffers here that are being created. A setback and a buffer, just two requirements that are being created here. And as you see, it says a non-agriculture to agriculture, a required buffer may be located within the setback. However, the greater distances below shall prevail between a buffer and a setback. So the buffer, if you have an open land, you can have a buffer of 250 feet. If you go up against residential, you got to have, the setback is 75 feet. So if you have open land and it's residential,
it can't be 75 feet, it has to, and you got open land, you can do it with a 250-foot buffer, and 75 feet with a type D, if you go down on the type D is 100 feet. With residential up against agriculture, you have to go with 100 feet. But you have to put in a type D buffer at 100 feet, and a type D buffer is down there at the bottom, and it requires all those parts, but you have a 6-foot privacy fence that's required also. But with the buffer that's required next to agriculture, no wall is required. So, in other words, a residential zoning district up against agriculture has to be 100 foot wide. And the public and civic has to be 100 foot wide. So it has to have a type D also. And the 50-foot type C 8-foot earth berm, I really don't know where that comes into play here because the setbacks are all greater than doing a 50-foot wide buffer. I guess, no, you got to put the 50-foot wide buffer inside the setback is the way it works. So, like, let's go back to residential, 75 feet. If you put a type C inside that setback, you'll only lose 50 foot of your property to the buffer, and the other 25 foot you could possibly put a driveway on, but you cannot put a building on it at the 75 foot. So you could use the 8-foot earth berm type C, so you would have to go back C type C, but you would have to add an 8-foot earth berm at a 3-to-1 slope onto someone's private property to only use up 50 foot, and the other 25 foot of it would be setback. So that's how it works. All right, so I did a little that's the table we were just talking about. So if you look at it, I got curious and I said, so if I had a 100-foot buffer, type D, on a residential property against agriculture, 100 foot, that would mean I would have, at 436 feet of buffer distance, that would consume an acre of land. So every 436 feet, that would consume an acre at a 100-foot wide buffer. So, and you see I did that for the different distances, the 75, the 100, the 150 is 291. 300 foot on the industrial buffer setback would be 146 feet per acre. So if you move on from there, so if you look at this piece of property I just dreamed up, 1,000 by 1,000 property, and let's say farm surrounds the property. Because of the buffer situation that we just talked about, the unusable land, because of the buffers, will be about 6.43 acres. And that 6.43 acres cannot be used in open space requirement calculations if it's on private property. So if it's in someone's backyard, these buffers, it cannot be used towards your open space requirement. It's not used to calculate density for the open space, so it compounds the open space needed to build a subdivision next to a farm. So if you look at chapter 14, if I have 23 acres, and I purchased that 23 acres at $30,000 an acre, you're talking about, and it's got a 15% open space there, so you got $690,000 that you spent on land. And to build the subdivision, to put the roads in, and the water utilities and all that, to construct the subdivision would take about $600,000. So I would sell those lots. Let's just say we could sell those lots at $90,000 a lot. So 20 lots, I assume, with 23 acres. And I've got a lot of experts around here that can confirm or not confirm what I'm talking about here. I was just doing general rules of thumb. So that would bring you to 1.8 million. So the remainder that's left over for debt service and the developer over 4 years would be $510,000. So over 4 years, because that would be the profit. Or that would be used for debt service and to compensate the developer. Okay. All right, the proposed UDO shows that we could only get 14 lots in that subdivision at $90,000 a lot. So that brings the developer losing $30,000 if everything else stays the same. So if you look down at the land price, if we say the land price stays the same to whoever sold that property to the developer, the lots would have to go up to $128,571. But let's say the lot price stays the same at $90,000, and then the land must drop down to $6,500. So it's just a calculation of looking at it, the effects of the restrictions being brought up. So that's the landscape buffers. That's a quick look at it. I would like to go into more detail about it, but I know we've got a big night here with a lot of different people coming up. Thank you for letting me come up and speak about this. And next on our...
Thank you, Mr. John.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I'll
that.
see y'all later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Neil. Rob, so next I'd like to bring up Rob Bailey. He's going to give the real-world example of an existing subdivision.
Good evening. Rob Bailey, 1611 James Franklin Road, Raleigh. R&R Development Group, the developer of Cattail subdivision, which is just on the, I guess, the northwest part of the county. What I want to do tonight is give you kind of, Donnie took that existing neighborhood, and I wanted to show the impacts that that three different parts of the UDO, how it impacts us, negatively impacts this property, which is already a low-density neighborhood. Is there, do I go to the, how do I get to the map? Okay, thanks. So, so Donnie put this together. Does this have a pointer? No, okay, all right. I'll try to do the, I'll quickly go through the different colors. Blue is obviously the lake. The gray are the buildable lots that we currently have. The yellow around the outside is the would represent this new buffer that's required. This one is showing a 75-foot with the earthen berm. I wanted to point out three things. Real quickly, so, and I'll let you ask some questions. So if you combine the environmental constraints that we currently have, we have lake, a lot of wetlands, streams, and you combine that with the perimeter buffer, the setbacks, and then some of the open space changes, it impacts this neighborhood significantly. First, the proposed perimeter buffer alone would consume an estimated 40 acres. So 40 acres would go to the buffers. The result in that would be, for example, over here, which is called the overlook, this would eliminate a connector road.
Mr. Bailey, I have a question. So when you say 40 acres are lost due to buffers,
So,
is that including the wetland and?
No, just the yellow around the outside. So let me, 575 total acres, okay? There's 296 approved lots, of which we're about 25% developed right now. So the
40
yellow.
acres is just the yellow?
Just the yellow.
Okay.
Yep, yes, sir. So we would lose a road connection here, and then this section over here would essentially be very difficult. The connector road that's currently planned would be eaten up by a buffer. This section here has so much topo, it would almost be undevelopable. So then that would leave this area over here, but I'm not even calculating that in my lot loss. Up here at the entrance, we have a roundabout section. We have a amenity that's going to go in this year. This road would have to shift all the way over and hug the lake, would have to move from its current location. So we would have massive lot loss here. We'd have massive lot loss in this corner. I would lose this whole section up here with the buffers. I don't have enough width based on with the new setbacks and with the buffer requirements. And then it really eats up this section here, this is called the preserve. And this section is heavily impacted. So just alone on the buffers, based on this current design, we would lose 50 lots. It would cause major road shifting, which would also have negative environmental impacts. So some of these streams here, if I had to move this road over to accommodate for this buffer, it would entail, I currently don't have any impacts, but this would most likely require one. The second point I wanted to make was the proposed setback changes alone will result in approximately 25 lots lost. So if you see each one of these that has a house on it, there's 35 of those. They don't currently, the size of those lots don't meet the side setback requirements. So 35 of those, I just said, well, reconfiguring, I would lose 25, so just conservatively. So that's 50 plus 25. The third requirement pertains to open space. So the new rule would be all environmental features, which would include riparian buffers, any wetlands, they would be part of open space, so they could not be part of a lot like they're currently allowed. Well, that takes up 44 acres on this property and buildable, or not buildable, but within a lot, a recorded lot, to meet its size setback requirements. So I'm projecting a 15 lot loss throughout the neighborhood here. So that's 50 with the buffers, 25 with the setbacks, and 15 with the open space, not being able to use the riparians. That's a total of 90 lots. So conservatively, because I think, to be honest, I think there's other ramifications downstream that we weren't able to capture, but that's 90 out of 296 lots on 575 acres. So that would leave me with 206 lots on 575 acres, which is very impactful to the price that I can pay for the land. And that's, so it's a third of the revenue would have to be taken off what I can buy the land for. So beyond the lot loss, these changes force design decisions that create new environmental impacts, not fewer. That's critical. So there's more impact environmentally, not fewer, not less, based on mainly on these buffers. So if I went in and built these buffers, okay, that's 40 acres. So I'd have to go clear 40 acres of wooded land. Then I would have to import 115,000 cubic yards to build an 8-foot berm around this property. That entails erosion control, land disturbance, all the other things that go along with that. So I felt like this can kind of give you a glimpse of the impact on a current project that's already low density. And in my opinion, some of the proposed changes don't improve the outcome. They have a negative impact on land values and introduce environmental disturbance that could otherwise be avoided. So that's just in a nutshell, wanted to provide that. So if y'all have any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Bailey?
I have a question, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned design features, but could design features or design change say those 35 purple lots? Could redesigning houses allow those to be utilized?
No, no, sir. The lots are not wide enough to accommodate for the actual required setbacks.
If you made the house smaller, is what I'm asking.
No, sir. They just don't meet the requirements. Yeah.
Okay.
For reference, for those watching, I guess for perspective purposes, we know it's low density. What is the average lot size in Cattail?
Well, we range between 3/4, I think the smallest is 3/4 of an acre up to 3 acres, 3.5.
All right. Anything else?
I had a question.
Okay.
If the buffers, was just like open space and no landscape material or anything like that, I know you mentioned the berms and all that, would that make any difference in the lots in red or no?
So that's a good question. So what it does, when you start restricting on the outer edge and you start pulling in or reducing the buildable area, so if that could not be on a lot, and with the environmental restraints, so I have a lake and I have other environmental features, so it restricts the buildable area. So unless that, 75 to 100 foot is excessive. It's I've never seen anything like that in other jurisdictions. If you come to a reasonable size distance and allow it to be on the lot, so now you're not restricting, not moving where roads can go. If the setbacks within that lot, front, rear, are reasonable, then it would not have that kind of impact. That's correct. It's a good question, great question. And those are the things that we want to make suggestions to staff. And but we felt like the compounding restrictions, this is the result of it, and it just and this doesn't even account for. I didn't even include stormwater in this, so there's more that would more impacts, more restrictions. So it's the combination of all of it that is what's leading to it. So you have flexibility built into it, and that's what we're really asking. If you choose this or choose this, and allow the developer to make choices based on the natural restraints of that property, then they can come up with creative solutions to be able to still meet what the county's intent of this is and what the land gives the developer. So that's a good question.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Michelle, I wanted to add just a bit to that. The requirement is 75-foot buffer is the minimum, and one of the ways to comply is to do that 8-foot tall berm with significant amount of landscaping. But I think what you asked, if we didn't do the berm and we wanted to satisfy it with the existing vegetation, then you have to meet the count. If you do the berm, you get, like Neil was showing, we got a bunch of different landscape areas. So A, B, C, D.
Right.
If you do the berm, you do a Class C. If you do, and this is my understanding, but as I read it, if you do the existing vegetation, then you have to meet that landscaping criteria for the next one up, the D, which is more stringent, and you have to increase that yard, and we're talking residential, you have to increase that yard, that land use buffer by 1/3. So you move up to 100 foot for that.
Okay.
To not do the berm.
Okay.
Okay, again, thanks, Rob, for that. And next up, I'd like to call Perry Harris.
Good evening.
Welcome, Mr. Harris.
My name is Perry Harris, and I'm speaking on behalf of property owners, realtors, and home buyers who are closely following the Unified Development Ordinance process. Our concern is not about growth preferences. It is about legal exposure under existing North Carolina law and the financial consequences for taxpayers. As we all know, the draft UDO replaces traditional gross acreage density calculations with usable or net acreage, meaning wetlands, buffers, stormwater areas, easements, and required open space are excluded from the base used to calculate the dwelling unit cap. Recent land use legal analysis has noted that shifting to net acreage can reduce development yield by 20 to 40%, depending on site conditions, which can constitute a downzoning event under state law. We're also aware that under state law, any downzoning requires the written consent of all affected property owners. If the county adopts dimensional standards and density formulas that reduce development potential without written consent, the ordinance may be challengeable and create more confusion among home builders and property owners. The concern is magnified because density is not reduced in isolation. The draft UDO also proposes increased buffers, large setbacks, open space set-asides, not to mention the already approved new stormwater retention and maintenance obligations. Each of these removes additional land from the usable acreage calculation, making it look like functional downsizing. There appears to be strong momentum to get a UDO passed and to shift more infrastructure costs to growth paying for growth. But the question taxpayers deserve answered is, when the new UDO is challenged, who's paid for the legal fees? It will not be growth. It will be today's Johnston County taxpayers. We have a clear example of what happens when a UDO is passed before they're ready right here at home. Clayton is now revisiting their UDO pretty much on a monthly basis because it was approved without full vetting. This is expensive, time-consuming, and entirely avoidable. Furthermore, jurisdictions across the state are pausing their UDO efforts for legal certainty. During the January 12th meeting in Clemens, the village attorney and planning director warned their council that moving forward with similar provisions could trigger immediate litigation. Their attorney cautioned that downzoning a single parcel without written consent could void the entire ordinance. Clemens opted to pause implementation until appellate rulings clarify the written consent requirement. Chatham and Brunswick counties have reached similar wait-and-see decisions for the same reason. Johnston County can avoid Clayton's administrative burden following Clemens' path of protecting taxpayers by avoiding legal uncertainty by simply taking the time to ensure the UDO, 1, complies with state law, and 2, aligns density, buffers, setbacks, open space, and stormwater standards so the ordinance cannot be challenged as a downzoning by operation. Protecting Johnston County taxpayers, your constituents, is not a delay, it is a prudent government. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your stewardship in Johnston County.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any questions for Mr. Harris? All right, thank you.
Thanks for the time. One more speaker, James Lipton.
Commissioners, thanks for having us tonight. I'll be very, very brief. James Lipscomb, lifelong resident, Johnston County. I love Johnston County. I think Johnston County's, the best is yet to come. I think the wrong thing to do would be to close the door and say, you're no longer welcome here. If you can't afford a house of a certain price, that you're not welcome here. Again, James Lipscomb, 328 East Main Street, Lipscomb Development, Hometown Realty, and board member for the Johnston County Home Builder or Building Industry Association. So I want you guys to remember about affordability, because there's jurisdictions all over our nation that are adopting policies to make houses more affordable. What you're doing here is going to make houses less affordable. And it's a death by 1,000 cuts, because with the water fees, with the storm water, everything adds up and piles up. And now, depending on what month it is, a new starter home, quote, starter home, least expensive new home in Johnston County is anywhere from $350,000 to $400,000. So what you guys are doing could push that over $400,000 easy. And we've got to think about those implications. And we don't want to be part of the problem. We don't want to be seen as greedy people, but we do want to be seen as people that protect property rights and also that have a good housing mix, because you guys are sitting here and y'all are supporting building of new facilities for warehouse facilities, industrial facilities, putting time and effort into building new wastewater treatment plants. And whenever you have industrial growth, you've got to have job growth, which means you've got to have more people. So, we're primarily located, as everybody knows, with multiple interstates coming through. So I don't really feel like Johnston County's in a position because of where we're located at and the interstate highways that are coming through and all the investments that's been made for centuries in getting people through Johnston County just to say, we want to shut the door and make it extremely hard to do business in Johnston County, or to be very elitist and say, you know, if we can't have $1 million house, we don't want you in Johnston County anymore. And I'm afraid that's where it could go if we don't correct it. So again, I love Johnston County. I appreciate what you're doing, but this is a serious, serious, serious and impactful ordinance. So please give it some time to be stress test by our group. And I would say Donnie Adams is a rock star, and he has put so much time into getting us to where we are today and being able to talk about this ordinance. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lipscomb? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that seemed long. There was a lot to say. There's still a lot to say. I want to sum it up quickly. I appreciate the opportunity that you've given us to come tonight and share our thoughts and our concerns genuinely to try to continue to help make the county a better place, along with this UDO. And so the request, the overall request that our group is asking for is that we give the process, continue to give the process time to work through these comments, these questions, this process to make it, I think as was quoted during the planning board meeting, we're not going to end up with a perfect plan no matter what. It just don't exist, but the time to do the darn best we can and to advance us forward. So that's my request and appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, I want to ask you this question, and I asked it once before in your office. What do you consider to be a reasonable amount of time for this to take place?
Yep, I probably should have came prepared to give you a really straight answer. I should have expected that. So it's hard. That is really a hard. Yeah, it's really. I'm not a politician end up here, but it's really a hard question.
You gave me
to
one
answer.
in your office. I just want to see the difference or not.
Yeah, and so I'll repeat what I believe I said that day and what I think. I really think that it all depends. It's like me telling you when I'm gonna have my subdivision ready. Well, as long as you don't change anything, then I can tell you I'm gonna have it ready at this time. So I can't predict that, but in a perfect world going forward, I think that 60 to 90-day window allows opportunities for the staff, the town staff, planning staff, and the consultant to continue to dig in, respond, to engage the stakeholders, the development community in further conversation and vetting to move that forward. And I think I don't think that's a one-step process. I really and honestly do think that it's a back and forth process 2 or 3 times. And so, yeah, I would lean, I think about it more the 90-day window, but yeah. Obviously, if you polled the room, I think you might get some answers to say 6 months, 9 months, so maybe I'm being aggressive at 60 days, but that's my honest opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Adams.
you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this topic? Come forward, sir. State your name for the record.
Will Bird, Smithfield, out at the Cleveland Community also, Mr. Adams. Ms. Pace, tonight is a blue and gold night, isn't it?
It is.
FFA, you said you were a officer in high school, I assume. I was a state FFA officer in 92, 93.
Very good, very good.
With that being said, I'll lead it in, use that as a segue into my issue tonight. It's a travesty that we have those kids here tonight, but yet we're going to strip something away from them. The agriculture side of this that we're seeing and reading in this agenda, one, is a strip of our rights as citizens, in my opinion, not just on the farming side, but individual homeowner rights. The issue, let's go as the most dramatic, if you will, that being the 4 chickens, 4 hens specifically, and that you have to have, and that's on an acre if I read that correct. How many of those kids probably are involved in some sort of, let's say, the Johnston County Youth Livestock Show? How many children today are on a farm of any size, that 3 or 5 or more acres that's listed in this proposal? How many of those have access of their property to have their animal on to do their project with? Very few in today's county. You and I, all of you sitting here know that's true. Most are just kids that take an interest in livestock. They get in FFA, they get in 4-H, but they're not off the farm. They don't have that acreage access. You are shutting that generation down and the next generation thereof out of agriculture. They can wear the blue and gold all they want to, but you've shut them out of their own community. Just as Mr. Adams here, I'm a Cleveland school boy, born and raised, multi-generation Johnston County, and proud of it. But I'm not proud of the direction that this county is going. It is stripping away farmland left and right every day. And I understand that people have their own personal process that they can use if they decide to sell. However, a lot of this regulation, in my opinion, is set so that it will eventually put enough force on the small farms as they're getting broken down generation after generation, so that they are forced, from a tax burden standpoint in most cases, to sell it to these guys and let them make their living. And I'm not knocking them for that. We've all got to make one. But the use of this seat to do that with, to benefit a certain group, in my opinion, is wrong. Another instance in there, greenhouse regulation. Ms. Pace, I'm sure you can answer this. Average size greenhouse, is it taller than 8 foot, I would assume? Very much so, correct? Wider than 16? Absolutely. But yet we're going to regulate it in here. And on top of that, we've got to hide it from the public. Why are we going to hide our agriculture in this county that Johnston County has been known for? It blows my mind. I farmed nearly my whole life, and I'm ashamed to see that we're stripping the backbone of this county and why people have an interest in moving here. We're stripping it away from the identity of this county with every little move like this. So you take a greenhouse, it's already, all the greenhouses you see growing sweet potatoes for the crop or tobacco for this coming season, all of those greenhouses are out of that regulation. And you can say, okay. We put in this agenda about existing bona fide farms, as you call them. Well, if that's the case, then why is there exception made? Why is it even mentioned in here? Also, another part of that, why is it even mentioned here? So, manure and such as that on the farm, and it specifically is listing lagoons. Well, if we speak lagoons in today's agricultural world, what are we referring to? Hog farms. So this is directly going to affect hog farms as well. You could say, oh, well, we listed in there it was bona fide, but you've made an exception in here for some reason to list lagoons. There's already state regulation those guys and we are having to deal with on a daily basis. I think this is just a power play to strip land from the farmer and keep putting enough pressure over the years, over the generations, to make more development in this county. And it's a shame because who is it hurting the most? It's hurting the original Johnston County multi-generational families that have been here. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. I asked a question in regard.
Sir?
Could I ask a question in that regard?
Mr. Bird? Yeah, Mr. Bird.
Mr. Bird. Mr. Bird.
He's out getting a round of applause.
You have a question?
You got away before we could hit you with a question.
Yeah.
Come back. Mr. Bird.
I just want a clarification on something you said. When you go through this document of allowed uses, and it starts off, it says, the following agricultural uses listed in this section when not associated with a bona fide farm shall receive zoning and building approval. And the situations you referenced as I read through this appeared to apply to residential neighborhoods as opposed to any bona fide farming operation. So in your opinion, we should have no restriction on livestock or animals in residential neighborhoods?
If that be the case, and I can, I'm a slippery slope guy, and I see things, you know.
Well, where does, in this regulation, is it telling bona fide farm operations they can't have these things, they got to restrict it? I'm asking for my own edification, because I've read this document, I didn't see it. Now, I'll defer to Braxton Newton in planning, if he can tell me
No,
if
well,
that's the intent.
let me speak. So one, in that process that's listed here, and I mentioned that yes, bona fide farms were listed, absolutely. But you tell me any residential area, any home, any subdivision in this county, in Johnston County today, that there is a lagoon on. Anyone outside know of anyone? Not a one. So why make mention? I'll give you an example. So I used to have a wildlife damage control license on a recertification year that I had. We're reading through all the general statutes that the legislator had for us to abide by. And one of those was this. During that meeting, someone brought up the question about mountain lions in North Carolina. And of course, the Wildlife Service and General Assembly and all, no, there are no mountain lions in North Carolina. So I raised my hand and I asked this. I said, why don't we, I see in section such and such here, you have mountain lions protected. I said, why don't we protect giraffes? It's kind of the same concept here.
Well, where is it in here? That's what I'm asking you to help me understand.
Hold on.
Because it says bona fide farms are accepted from all of this. They're not subject to zoning regulations. But zoning regulations apply to non-farm uses virtually anywhere.
Understood, but why, there's not a lagoon listed anywhere, so what's the purpose of having a lagoon listed on this?
Listed where?
In this. Hold on, I'll find it right here.
Well, I'm looking here about lagoons are listed on agricultural uses. And you normally, I can't think of any situation where you'd have a waste lagoon other than on a farm, a bona fide farm operation.
I agree.
So how are we regulating lagoons outside of that?
And, well, maybe I've misread there, but I will say this. I do still find it. Okay, let's take this for example. So there's a subdivision across the street from me.
Yeah.
And there's a good friend over there. She's got, I don't know, 8 or 10 chickens. I have no idea how many she has. And loves them to death.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that Johnston County is going to take her right away and just leave her with 4 chickens, no hens, she can't reproduce, hatch any eggs, or anything?
I agree with you on chickens.
Well, it's on this.
I'm talking about
It's in your
lagoons.
proposal.
Where is it saying in there that non-bona fide farm operations are subject to have lagoons? And we're preventing that in non-farm operations. I just want to understand here, if I missed something.
No, and as I just told you, we can go back in record and see. Maybe I misread that part about the lagoon.
Well, you were saying that this body up here is trying to basically diminish the quality of life in this county because we're taking away something from kids, and I don't see that, and I'm
Okay.
somewhat offended to be accused of doing it,
Well,
because I'm a lifelong 4-H'er.
I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. So, how much do you know about the 4-H livestock shows?
I go every year.
Okay, I have too.
Yeah.
Now, how many in today's world, not when I was growing up and showing, in today's world, how many of those are living on a sustainable farm and raising their cow, their goat, their sheep, their chicken, their rabbit, whatever?
Well, that got back
How
to
many of those meet the requirements of this 3 to 5 acre process that you have not to be considered residential? A lot of those are actually on residential property, 2.5, 3 acre lot that mom and dad has as a home and a place for them to live.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a little shed out back with a cow or a steer or a goat or what have you. This takes that opportunity away from them.
Are we talking solely about the number of chickens, or are we talking about livestock in general?
Or you follow, we were just speaking about 4-H, were we not?
Yes, we were.
And that was the example I give about
Well,
a
the only thing I
4-H
saw in
kid.
there about grazing animals, you can have at least an acre per animal to graze them.
So,
Any reasonable person who raises grazing animals will know that an acre is.
you must be very withdrawn from the livestock shows because those cattle, those steers, those heifers are not even grazing grass for that show.
Well, they're feeding them constantly then. They're not grazing.
Exactly,
Then you've got to have the means in which to do that.
exactly.
And it's going to create waste, and is it managed properly?
So they can only have one on their little lot? Most kids will have a steer and a heifer.
Asking you,
I'm
are you
just
saying
asking.
that a small lot home should have no restriction on livestock whatsoever?
My view is this, when it comes to that. discussion. If they choose to live in a community which has an HOA, and that's what they deemed was the thing to do in the HOA, and that's what they agreed and bought that house in, then fine. Other than that, yes, I think I should have the right to have that on my property.
Okay, and really, I'm going back thinking about, we've got a gentleman that's come down here multiple times in the last year, complaining about his neighbor in his neighborhood that has a large backyard flock of chickens, and he says there's waste running onto my property. It's causing health effects to my wife, who has respiratory issues, and you folks can't do anything about it. And we can't, because there's nothing in the rule book that says we can.
Then why can't we handle the waste and the individual situations instead of handling, just stripping that away from everyone?
Well, they're letting it run off into his property.
Well, that's fineable. There's laws in place for that.
Well, that don't seem to be helping him.
Gentlemen, let's move on with this
All right.
process. We've got a lot of folks that want to speak. Mr. Bird, thank you for sharing your.
Absolutely.
Thanks, sir, but I
information.
just want to understand why you were mixing a number of issues together, and some of them are more definitive and defensible, others were kind of cloudy, so thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm Malika Bird. Will Bird is my husband, and I don't speak in public. He's the public speaker, but I do want to say this because I did personally get very offended when it kind of went on him like it did. All 4 of our youngins showed livestock. All 4 of our youngins were FFA members. I was a FFA officer with the school at South Johnston where I was on the board. We did a bunch of things. I personally know, and you're referring to as far as like, the 4 chickens or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I personally know so many children that showed in FFA that lived in a housing development. There was no HOA or whatever it's called, and lived in a housing development, and they had their little goat in the backyard or whatever. This, like he said, does take this away from those children, and that's not fair to those children. It's just like when you're teaching in a classroom. If one kid does something wrong, you don't punish the whole classroom for what that one kid did.
I don't disagree
If
at all.
one person has a bunch of chickens and they're living nasty, you don't punish the whole county for that one person. You punish that person. It's an easy way to fix this problem. It's not a 619-page paper to fix this problem. No offense to you developers, but we wouldn't have this problem if we didn't have all this development going on out here in the county. That's part of the problem here, because when you got people that move in and don't know nothing about livestock and don't understand that animals stink. Sometimes it smells worse today than it did yesterday. That's an issue that they don't understand.
I fully agree with you.
But hold on a second, please, sir. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me, please. But that's an issue that they don't understand. And yet you're asking us, who have done nothing but give back to this county all of our lives, who have formed, who are now, my husband and I are now down to a smaller farm. It's not fair to us to accommodate these people that say, oh, we want to move to the country because it's so pretty and nice. And then they get out here and they're like, well, we don't like it because there's too many chickens out here. There's too much of a smell out here. So you're not only affecting the farmers, you're affecting the little kids that do FFA, that show. Johnston County livestock will be affected big time if this gets, yes, sir, go
I
ahead.
got your point, and my point was not to put him on the spot and admonish him. I wanted to understand what he was saying. He moved from one thing to the other, and
Because there's a 619-page thing that went over so much stuff. It was thrown in there, and it was so sneaky at how it was done. What do you expect? I mean, heck, if it was me, when I'm sitting here talking to my youngins, I do not look at my youngins and give them 50 things to talk about at one time. I go over each individual thing. The way y'all should have done this is you should have took that paper and you should have said, here's 5 things we're going to discuss this month at this meeting. That's it. You don't throw 619 pages out for people to have to read in less than 24 hours, because the majority of us out here did not see this until last night. And it's a shame that this is how this has happened. And it's a shame that everybody's sitting up here looking at us like we're the crazy folks.
no, ma'am. And
Well,
I'm
that's
disappointed
all I
it
have
happened.
to say.
I'm disappointed it happened as well, because I was at these public engagement sessions, and these issues were discussed there for those who were willing to come and do that.
No, it's
But I
not that
talked to
those
a lot
who
of
are
people
willing to
who said, "I
come,
didn't
because a
know
lot of
anything
people
about
didn't know. A lot of people did not know.
I'm finding out now. People say, I didn't know this was going on. Well, I knew it was going on, but I figured everybody else did too, because the notices were
Well,
being
then
put
guess
out.
what? Y'all got a problem with communication in this county then.
I agree.
And that needs to be fixed. And the second thing that needs to be fixed is a 619-page thing.
and then all these rules that y'all were gonna try to sit there and throw upon us, and then sit there and tell those that who can't afford to be a bona fide farm, who can't afford to have 5 acres or more, and we're not one of those people, but there are plenty out there who have 3 acres or 2 acres and who have chickens and who love to take their children outside and collect chicken eggs so they can feed their family that day. It is a shame that you guys are trying to implement something that is like a third world country. You're acting like Venezuela now. You're over here talking about, well, you got regulations. You can't have 4 chickens but no rooster. I mean, because now you're telling these people they can't breed their chickens and they can't have more than that.
Understood.
Ms. Bird,
Thank you.
first of all,
And this is why I won't go speak, because I'm very keen
well, listen.
and I say what I want to say, and I have no shame in embarrassing myself, but I don't want to embarrass my husband, and that's the thing that bothers me, because I'm pretty sure I've embarrassed him tonight. And I'm sorry to the county and everybody else out there. I am not a bad person. I'm a good Christian woman.
Ma'am, thank you for what you do. I appreciate your comments.
But thank you.
I'm sorry I upset you. That was not my intent.
You might want to take up public speaking. Let's start before you start. Let me say one thing before you start. I think it's important for everyone to understand, that's the reason we're here tonight, is to hear from the people. I mean, this is important to hear from everyone's side and to hear their passion about for or against. So now, sir, you go right ahead. Thank you.
Lou Starling, 405 East Market. I'm with the Daltrey firm here in town. I want to thank you for listening to everyone and for being very patient tonight. I come here with a group of not future farmers, but farmers today. Farmers who, Mr. Sobel, didn't get the notice, didn't read it, were too busy focusing on other things, but have seen this, and in the last 24 hours are very concerned. Come to me and say, can you read it? And to quote her, 619 pages, I can read fast, but not that fast. So what we're here to say is, number one, we say thank you for your service. Number two, I think everyone agreed that in the northern end of the county, the goose is already out. I mean, it's you know, the development is going, but this is going to really affect the folks in the south. The folks that are actually farming each and every day, that have their family farm, that are trying to make a living, and anybody who doesn't believe that's a job, it's a job. So my folks are here to say, we want to be a stakeholder. And we know this is a challenge, and we're not going to tell you not do this or not do that. That's not our job. You're elected by the people. But we are saying we do honestly believe that this is like a bill. I don't want to use the big, beautiful bill, but it was so named, so good. Once people read it, they said, well, I didn't know this was in here for the good, or I didn't know this was in here for the bad. And people now are finally seeing this and saying, explain this to me, explain that to me. And the staff is doing all they can possibly humanly do. But our people are not engineers, they're not builders, they're not people sitting by the computer. But with all due respect, within the short period of time that it is, and this is still an evolving document, you know, we understand that. We're here to say that on behalf of the family farms, and I got a group of them out here, of family farmers, who say, we're concerned. We're not saying there's anything wrong. We're just very concerned about some things, and we want to be a stakeholder. So my end message to you is, number one, thank you, but number two, we're saying to you that family farmers that are actually farming every day, that this will affect. We don't want save our farms to be take our farms by some unintentional manner.
Yes.
By some unintentional manner. And so I just want to say for the record that this firm has been engaged by the family farmers, not all of them, of course, but we respectfully want to be a stakeholder.
Great.
And we want to, as things evolve, help tweak it and make it a better bill, make it a better law, make it a better ordinance. That's our plea, and thank you for listening to us, but we want to work with staff, as we always have, to make this much improved should you all decide to adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Starling. Thank
you very much.
We are very appreciative of you and the farmers who want to participate. We want to get this right. I mean, it's a daunting task, and it's something that we've been working on for a while, and we need to get it right. And so I'm glad to hear from everyone.
And I want to say one thing. I know staff is frustrated because I have another little job I do too where it is frustrating. So, well, everybody knew we had notices. But with all due respect, people are busy with their lives, and when they hear this, the word gets out, and so now it's sort of, the sunshine has come in. And so we're trying to look at it. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Starling, if I may, since you are the voice of the farmers, what I would love to know, we have an outstanding, award-winning PIO staff, and I would love to know, to the chairman's point, we want you guys to be a stakeholder in the decisions that we're making for this county, 100%. Can you give us some options, and this doesn't have to be tonight, but I would love to get to our PIO staff the best ways to get communication out. We understand not everyone's on Facebook, not everyone is in email. They're in the field, not in their email. So
I have thoughts on that.
Perfect. Yeah, we would love to hear them. I know our PIO staff would as well.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
And thank y'all.
How many of those farmers out there are regularly in touch with Extension Service and/or Farm Bureau? Quite a few of them.
I would say quite a few.
Would
but
that be a
I wouldn't say all.
logical?
I wouldn't say all. I would, all due respect, I wouldn't say all. But we can put some messengers in the,
Yeah.
you know. But we have land, you know, ultimately, you know, we need to call some of these guys.
We want your involvement. So,
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak on this topic? We appreciate everyone's input so far. And, look
Good
forward
morning,
to
or good afternoon,
Yes,
or
sir.
good evening. My name is Eddie Rowe. I'm from Princeton. I spoke to y'all back in September, and I was running out of water from a pig farm. Y'all, helped me out all you could, but I should have. I was reading this 619-page document, and part of that document was the new system development fee that got passed. Then I said, oh my God, why didn't I sign up for it in October? Because it went from 38,000 to 72,000. Totally different topic. But what I was reading here, same thing, will solve. So we all read this same document. And going back to Mr. Bill, the reason that we're seeing this, saying all this stuff about the 1 acre per cow is because the very first statement says the following agriculture uses listed in this section when not associated with a bona fide farm. That's what's, that first sentence, if you sped read that, you're going to read 2 more pages of all these rules and regulations that we think apply to us as farmers.
But
So
they do not, though.
but we're not, because you go into detail for having a animal feeding facility. So you're saying that all on this document that we as farmers should have read that first sentence correctly, and then we wouldn't have had all these issues that we're having now. But you're also saying that in a residential area I can have a feeding facility. Or I can have, on 3 acres, I can have a lagoon. We all know that the guy who had a 500 acres subdivision earlier, he's not going to let me buy 3 lots and dig a lagoon on it. So where I'm getting at with this is, so you asked one guy earlier what kind of timetable you would need for us to settle this. I say 1 year. I say 12 months, because there's a lot of farmers in the back, probably 200. And I didn't even know about this until last week. And then I get online last night. So I'm not coming here to tell you, the chair or the board, not to do this. I'm just saying you need to sit down. We need to have these town hall meetings, and you need to come to these where the farmers are. You need to explain to us what you're doing, because the way this jumped up on us, and then we read this, that it's just not. It just makes us look like the county is just going against the farmer. And we don't think you're doing that to a certain degree. Of course, we all think you do to some degree. But my suggestion would be have some town hall meetings. Post them out. If for me not to know about it, and I'm on social media every day, I'm very surprised I didn't know about it. I texted Mike Rose a while ago, you're having a meeting, you have no speaker. We couldn't hear anything y'all were saying. I texted Mike, he got the speaker going. So everybody works together here. So, my suggestion would be, have town hall meetings, let us farmers know what's going on. Bona fide farms, what, can you tell me today what's your determination, what's your definition of a bona fide farm?
That's a statutory definition.
So there's no gray area, so
It's gray areas. It gives you 4 criteria that you have to meet, one of those 4, or it says other supporting evidence. There's no acres restriction. There's no farm number required. But it's nebulous. And we have endeavored to try to not impose on that and keep it as flexible as possible. Now, I'm going to explain from my perspective. I understand what you're saying. We got a communication problem in this government. That was one of the first things I said.
Bad communication
When I came into office, I said, we need to do a better job of informing the public. Now, I personally have been involved in this land use process going on 5 years. From the very beginning, I was on the Citizen Steering Committee, and I ran for public office because I wanted to see this land use plan enacted. That plan was turned over to the commissioners who were in office then in the summer of 2002. They didn't approve it until August of 2003. That was a year that was lost right there. But then we've been on this UDO process to put some teeth into that during that same time. So, you know, I have a level of frustration on my part because I want to move this county forward and see everyone prosper and grow, and I want to see development that makes sense. But we've got a development challenge in this county right now. We've got over 15,000 platted lots that hadn't been built on. And you can't say we've got an inventory problem. We've allocated out all of our water, potable water that we control directly to building permits. We're out of water. So that's things we've got to deal with. And I know that's beyond what you're talking about.
No, man, the community, like, you know, what everybody needs, what all you commissioners need to realize is when you drive around tomorrow, anywhere you go in this county outside of the city limits used to be a farm.
Yes.
Started out as a farm. Now, in the city limits, I can't tell you, but outside the city limits, every piece of ground you see used to be a farm. When you go by a subdivision, that was a farm. Now, if it was woodland, maybe not, but we just need as farmers to stick together.
And I want
So I want you guys, like I said, my timetable for you is 1 year. Let's get this resolved next January. Because, you know, we don't need to speed through this because now you've got the attention of a lot of guys in the back that are not going to speak tonight. So, you know, thanks for your time, and I'll definitely be speaking again.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Ruff. All right. Who would like to be next? Come on up.
Hello.
Hello. Speak. Please put your name state your name for the record.
My name is Sydney Olson. I am outside of city limits in Smithfield here.
Okay.
And I also manage a local farm and feed and hay store in Four Oaks called Bridges.
Okay.
And one thing that, yes, some people here didn't find out until last night, most of my customers that even saw it didn't know about it till about 2 hours ago. And my phone was blowing up with, what is this going to do to me? Most of my customers are not a bona fide farm. They are people who moved here out of Wake County, Durham County, out of a city, wanting to give their children that FFA 4-H. They want to give them that space, that experience that I had growing up. And now telling them that they only have 4 chickens. I breed chickens and I have way more than that on my acre because I have to have backups, I have to have spares, I have to have genetic pools. And telling these children that, say that you have a house, I've got a customer, she's got 6 kids. Each kid has a chicken. That family can no longer have all of their children get to experience that year. They'd have to pick and choose. Who gets to pick and choose? The family, the children, or the county? And a lot of confusion is the communication, but even just the wording in it. As the gentleman before me was saying, is that there is a lot of wording that was in it confusing. I didn't get to read all of it. I only got to read pretty much the parts that affected me in my job. But at the end of the day, it's a small business. That if we lose our customers, our small business, my boss, their family, my job, and my farm, it's at risk. All of my customers who moved here to have that are at risk of losing that. And yes, there are concerns when it comes to waste, but most of us know how to deal with that. And if we meet somebody new, even at my store, the first time they get chicks, they have no idea what to do, where to put the waste, what to do with it. I'll tell them. I'll tell them what to do. Same with cows. There are ways to do it. There are ways of pasture rotation that's healthier and waste reducing than just everybody in one giant pasture. So essentially, it's just asking for more time to find a middle ground. And like everyone's been saying, there is no perfect plan, but something that can help our large farmers, our urban homesteaders, our small businesses that at current would be affected. That's basically all I had to say.
You did a good job. Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this? Ma'am, come on
Yes.
in. Yeah, just state your name for the record, please.
Hey, I'm
Hey.
Angela Stanley. I'm from Clayton. Was not prepared at all to speak, but yeah, I've got a lot of farmers out there, and they deserve to be heard. I was lucky enough to marry into a farming family in Clayton. My mother-in-law, these were our workers, is here. Our farm's been there here since 1849. My kids are the 7th generation to grow up on this farm. And they all would be here, except 2 of them had to leave to go help with a calf because farmers don't ever stop working. That's the other thing. Farmers don't have time to read 600 pages the night before a meeting, period. And I just, the little bit I've read, I'm confused. I'm confused about my rights to leave my farm to my children, how that works. All of these things that impact family. And when you have worked as hard as we have to pass this down generationally, to be one of the oldest farms in the state, and to have somebody come in and know you've worked that hard, not just us, but our ancestors, to keep this in the family, and that it can all be changed that quickly. And you're erasing 177 years of a family legacy and work on that farm. So I would ask, just like everybody else, that we have a better understanding of what this is, what it's going to do, and beyond just the waste stuff, but long term. You know, how it'll affect handing it down to our children, anything like that, for these generational farmers especially. We would really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate your work. All right. Anyone else? With a hat that nice, you got to come up and talk. Come join us.
My name is Michelle Frederick, and I'm here basically on behalf of the equine community. I have had a farm on Cleveland School Road for almost 20 years across from Westview Elementary, which was voted a year ago to become, I think you're putting restaurants there. I've been working with the people who have actually bought that for the past year. They have let us lease that continuously because we had been there for 20 years prior to that. I run a boarding facility and a lesson program for special needs kids and kids that are homeschooled, and we also work with rescue horses. And obviously, some of the decisions the county has already made has affected our farm. Basically, we lost it. So we have been in the process of finding another farm in the local area, which obviously is very hard. But I'm here to basically just, fight for the fact that those kids will never have the opportunities that they have to ride horses, and especially most of the special needs kids to touch animals if we continue to push them away. So I'm here to basically say that, it's running us out. We're already having to go downsize because we're moving. We've sold and rehomed many animals because the location that we had to choose is half the size. Not by anyone's fault, but it's really hard to find a good quality piece of land left in this area for horses, especially with everything that's going on. And I just wanted to basically say, we need y'all to fight for us if you can, because we want to continue helping the kids and the people that board with us. They live in the HOA neighborhoods. That's why they don't have their horses in their backyard. That's what my job is. I take care of them. If we take away the small farms or the ones that are smaller, those people won't have them either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Hey. Just state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Maria Mercado, and I've been a resident of Johnston County for 44 years. I've been a real estate agent for 27 years, and I think that there's been a big misunderstanding with this ordinance that we're trying to pass, and I believe that The developers and the realtors are not trying to, in any way, make it difficult for the farmers, but I think that there's some statements in the ordinance that make it seem like we are. And I think that the ordinance are pushing issues that are very concerning to the farmers as well as to the developers and the realtors. The intention, I think it's there to make this a better flowing Johnston County for farmers and for developers. We do need the subdivisions because we have so many manufacturing coming in, so the people have to be there. And I think that the restrictions that are listed in the ordinance to allow for open floor, for fences, for buffers, I think that is not going to in any way take away from the farmers, but it is taken away from the developers and the builders. So essentially it's creating a burden on them also, and it's creating a burden on us, because now I help a lot of first-time home buyers, and now my first-time home buyer that qualifies for $300,000 won't be able to afford a home, because now that home is going to be $400,000. So I think it's having a big impact on the county as a whole, and I really think that it would be at least a year to really go through the ordinance and really fine-tune it to where it is feasible for the developers, for the farmers, and for Johnston County as a whole. So,
Thank you, Ms. McCall.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on, yes, ma'am, come on up. Just state your name for the record, if you don't mind,
I'm
please.
Kim Stanley, and the farm I live on is the one that my daughter-in-law came up and talked about. We've been in my family for 177 years.
Wow.
The importance of a farm to children is what I worry about through most of this. Now, we as farmers and we as developers and people living in, we all have to work together, because this state is for all of us, not just a select group. Now, over the years, I can't tell you the number of kindergarten children that have come on field trips to our farm. No charge, just come. And the excitement that they have in seeing animals. I don't ever want to take that ability away from a child that wants to raise an animal. We feed this state. The farmers here, we feed this state. And, I want those kids to be able to do that in the future. I don't want our children to grow up on beef that's raised in a petri dish somewhere. I want them to know what it's like to do it. Our farm has been asked by the town of Clayton several years in a row to bring the animals up to the town of Clayton for the nativity scene. I've never seen kids get so excited to walk by. A cow moved. Did you hear that? And, it does my heart good to see that we do have young people that are interested in continuing what my ancestors and your ancestors have started. My grandchildren, they're working on the farm now. And, I want that to be something that they are proud of, as I've been proud of. I want it to continue to be something that is great for this county, like it has been, and for this state. I am so proud to be a farmer. I'm proud to have cows and livestock and chickens, and I would invite every one of you, come out and see us sometimes. We would love to see you. And we can do this together with the subdivisions. We can. But I am a 40-year retiree from Johnston County Schools. I'm not smart enough to read the paper that I saw today. I didn't have time to read it, but I wasn't smart enough to read it. I don't understand everything. So maybe I'm upset for no reason. But I don't want anything to be taken away from agriculture in the state, because that's what North Carolina is about. And we don't want to turn away developers. We don't want to turn away people that are coming. Our farm is right beside a subdivision. The kids from the subdivision come down to the farm to see the animals and play, to feed the animals. And I welcome them, because they need to know what's going on. They need to know where their food supplies come from. So I'm asking you just to give us the opportunity to work together. Give us some time to understand what we're going to need to do and what they are going to need to do. And we appreciate everything you guys do, because I know you are in a tough position too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Stanley.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. that. Did you want it?
Mr. Chairman, could I say something while we still have the audience outside?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, I don't know how it got construed. Apparently it did, that this is all against the farmer. I grew up on a farm. I'm probably the oldest stakeholder in this building, in this room. I was born on a dirt road farm, off a dirt road in the 1940s. And I've seen Johnston County change probably more than anybody in this room. And I love farming. I love the farmers. They're my favorite people. We can't go back, though, to 1958 or 1965 as much as I'd like to. But it hurts my heart when I get attacked personally because we're greasing the skids for the developers and trying to sell out the county. And that's totally backwards. We're trying to slow things down so we can keep a little bit of sanity here in Johnston County instead of turning into Wake County or Raleigh or big metropolitan areas. But at the same time, when these folks move into these subdivisions, for everyone who wants to have 4, 5, 10 chickens, there's 100 people living around them that do not want it there. And that's what we're faced with. And we're trying to find that balance. These guys make a living. These folks are emotional about where they came from and what they want to see. But these guys have a stake in it. That's their livelihood. Of course, the farmers, that's their livelihood. And they think we're taking away from the subdivisions because of the buffers. The farmer wants to see the buffers because they have so much problems with the developers or the people living in the development. But we're caught right in the middle trying to figure this out. And I think this feedback today has been very, very helpful. In fact, I didn't know we had a problem with farmers until I heard from one over the weekend. And it's unfortunate that we put the word out there. We can't make people read it, but we've been putting it out there for 2 years. I guess you just got to know where to go look for it, but we got to do better. But good golly, folks, let's work together and don't feel like we're attacking you. I love farming. I don't want to see farming stop. We've spent a lot of money here in this county for farmland preservation. I serve on a Department of Agriculture subcommittee for that now. And I want to see farmland preserved. I don't want to see it turn, all the tobacco fields and cornfields and wheat fields turned into subdivisions and streets. There's got to be some middle ground somewhere, and we can work together. These guys have made some good presentations, and when you look at the map up there, the money they've got in these subdivisions, that now it can't work. We got to find some middle ground, but let's work together and try to find that middle ground. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Yes, sir. Who's next? Come on up, sir. Just state your name for the record, if you don't mind.
John Michael Langdon, 7728 Raleigh Road, Benson, North Carolina. And I've heard that we farmers do a lot of whining, but we don't show up. I don't appreciate that. I appreciate every one of you's service. I feel like I'm a public servant as well. I was elected to the Soil and Water District Board for the last 30 years. And I served on the State Soil and Water Commission for 12 years as chairman, appointed by the governor. And I appreciate governance, and I appreciate civil matters like we're talking tonight. But we're not just farmers, we're businessmen. I've traveled all over mainland China representing the pork industry and the trade mission. I've served 6 years on the National Red Angus Board of, on the Red Angus National Board. And now I have come back 4 years later and I serve Region C, which is everything east of the Mississippi, plus Arkansas. So we're busy people too, minding our business, putting feed on your table. Hope you had a great Christmas and Thanksgiving and any kind of other celebratory meals that you may have. My daughter come home last night and we had filet mignon at my house. We all enjoyed it. And I hope you've done the same. But it's from the labors of these barns and these fields that you enjoy this wholesome, fresh food grown in the United States, not abroad. And I'll say this, talking about the communication piece. Now, maybe I'm just an ignorant little old country boy. Okay? I'm not that proud. But when I'm sitting in Denver, Colorado 2 weeks ago at a national board meeting and I get a phone call on Sunday morning that there's something going on in Johnston County, that I heard nothing about it. I pay my taxes. You communicate to me what my tax bill is, and I gladly come down here and pay it. But I have not been communicated this. And if you're depending on Extension, that you mentioned earlier, or Farm Bureau, I know them all very well. They must have failed us. Or they did me. And there's a whole crowd behind me out here in the hallway, I feel like has had the same issue. So I say that to say, let's coexist. But let's be respectful and communicate. They say that's the largest problem in any family, in any church, in any business, is the lack of communication. And you have failed. I don't care how many social medias you put out there, how many of your little cronies that you've talked to, but you ain't talked to me, or the me's in my county. And I just wanted to say that respectfully, that is a weakness. Or otherwise, we wouldn't be here tonight. We'd already hashed this out. But I feel like if it's a good bill tonight, if it's a really good decision tonight, it'll be a good decision 12 months from now. So why don't we just back up, reassess all this, communicate with everybody, and regain the trust of the citizens in Johnston County that have been here for generations, and give us that respect. And I respectfully submit that comment to you guys and ladies this evening. And have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to what the Commissioner Godwin mentioned about the being on the side of the farmers. And I'm on the side of the farmers. I've raised chickens. I've grown my own vegetables, so I understand where you're coming from. But I do believe that I did not hear any of the farmers mention anything about putting restrictions on the subdivisions. In fact, they want the people that go and move into the subdivisions to see the farms. So then the ordinance that calls for the buffers, for the raised fences, did not come from the farmers, because they want the people in subdivisions to see that. So I don't know who brought it up that the subdivisions needed to have these tall fences so that they would not see the farms or smell, because I think that everybody in New York City to Japan know that if you go to a farm, it's going to smell. It's going to have some type of environmental implosion when you're close to a farm. So I just want to respond to that, because I believe that that's important that it's noted. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Yes, sir. Come on.
Good evening. Patrick Hennigan, 150 Jordan Narron Road, and I'm here to talk about horses. Quick background on my experience. This is the third UDO that I've looked at in the years. I've headed a NGO in the past and also served on federal advisory boards. So got a little experience in this process. Not to disparage your planning department. Parts of this read as if it was ChatGPT. There are just cookie cutter parts that I find in recommendations for general national standards. So for example, the standard on horses, 1 horse per acre. That is based on the standard of certain areas of the country, a horse being able to sustain itself on grazing only. Very, very few horsemen do grazing anymore. We supplement, just like the cattle farmers, we supplement with hay. My hay bill and feed bill runs $20,000 a year. That's what I'm putting back into the economy just from that. I have 8 acres. I have 8 horses. A part of that acreage is house, barn, riding arenas, training areas, so my actual pasturage reduces. I was on the board of one of the largest non-national horsemen's associations. Standards in those areas were you had to have a full acre. And by the way, you don't define an acre anywhere in here. Is it a full acre or a builder acre? It's not defined. Is it 400 by 400 or 420 by 420? There's no definitions in here on items and no references to where to find those definitions. But going back to that, most standards are a full acre to start keeping horses, and you can keep 2 horses on that, of which you have to dedicate half of that acre to the horses to have them available. So half acre, but you have to have a full acre. Each additional half acre is an additional horse, up to a full 5 acres, 10 horses. Above there, then you're getting into zoning classifications as riding stables and so forth. We have an underestimation, if you're looking at figures, on the economic impact of horses. When we did our studies up in New York, we found that 1 in 10 people who owned horses reported the number of their horses to governmental surveys, federal and local. We show governmental surveys show approximately 1,400 horses in Johnston County. I can drive down my road and see half of those. We found that it's roughly 10 times that. So we're looking at closer to 14 to 20,000 horses in Johnston County. The economic impact, as we heard from our feed store person earlier, is significant. If you start going down and saying you have to put a full grazing acre per horse, we're going to see horses reduce. We're going to see boarding stables have to cut their numbers down, and we're going to see an economic impact on that. We're in a unique situation. I run a carriage company. You guys have probably seen me in Clayton. Good friend of mine runs a carriage company that does the downtown rides here in Smithfield. We represent the equestrian environment to children who've never seen a horse. On a night out when we're doing an event like the Christmas tree lighting, I have to use my hands and toes to count the number of children who go, that's a real horse. They've never seen one. If we push our farms out, our cattle farmers, our hog farmers, our equestrians, we're distancing everybody from where their food comes from their history, and a very, very unique experience of the magic that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, sir.
Come on up, sir. How you doing?
Cody Dickens.
Okay.
I can't say a lot of things that these farmers out here have already mentioned, but I can come in here and just express my opinion on what's going on here. I'm a local resident of Johnston County. I have 2 companies here. We really enjoy this place. We moved here about 7 years ago. Former law enforcement. So my approach on this is a little bit more concerning on the standpoint of the UDO restrictions and the how they affect the people through the government. So when I was in law enforcement, there was only a few laws that thou shall arrest, right? So we had a discretionary point in that. And one of my concerns with this scenario is what shall be done, if that makes sense. So when you guys are restricting people down to an amount of chickens or amount of horses grazing per acre or whatever that may be, where does that stand when it comes to enforcement? So I heard one of you gentlemen in here earlier. I'm sorry I was standing out there listening to the speaker, but I heard you say we had somebody come complain, and they had chicken poop that was rolling down the hill, and there was a huge issue. But for all of the residents in this county that do take care of their livestock, that are on an acre or less or whatever they're doing, and they do that within a standard, how do we protect them in a very vague restriction based off of a complaint that we had at the county? And that was one of my issues in law enforcement was there's some things that I do, there's some things that I don't do, but what I also know is I did not have to arrest. I could always coach, I could do a lot of different things. But when you guys put restrictions into a bill that is over 600 pages, and I'm gonna lean back on what the former speakers said, I'm on social media, I'm in the community, I talk to people in the builders associations, I was former construction manager for a larger development. I understand the part and the principle of commerce and what we need to bring people here, but I didn't hear anything about this until tonight. We own a local feed supply company in the Cleveland area to support locals that have the small farms. We don't supply big farmers. We keep it local because we want to support the community. That's why we opened it. But my issue is, when we give the power to the government, we as the people know what that tends to do. So when you have a bill that states a certain type of restriction for a certain type of scenario, again, I'm referring back to what I heard earlier, how does that not convolute the entire situation for us on when you're going to enforce it and when you're not? So I could speak for the farmers, but I'm 7 years vested. I respect them. I looked up to them. I'm from Halifax County, which is a big farming county, and I always dreamed to have a farm. Never was so lucky. But we're here, and I get to see it, and I see this community growing. I see a lot of things, but the farming is why we're here. We love the country. We love to go out and see all the livestock. We love to see this small town community that's growing so big. But my question to you, commissioners, is one for the extension, one for us to actually take a look and see what these bills are so we can digest them, we can give you feedback. You said you want to work with the community. We ask that you do. But my question also goes back into the enforcement part. If you do have these 4-H communities and a lot of kids that are trying to get into livestock and try to understand what it is to raise animals and keep the farms within the community, how are you going to enforce that if we allow you guys to put that law into place because of one scenario? And that's my question. And I yield that to you guys to see if there is any feedback, because there is a lot of misinterpretation when you're going through 600 pages and over a night. You can chat GPT it, you can talk to the community. Everybody's going to have a specific point in that situation where we're fired up. Like I said, I heard tonight, so I'm fired up because I have a small feed supply store, and we want to supply. We don't want to see anybody lose their animals. We don't want to see these restrictions, and we don't want to see the hardships on them trying to figure out a 600-page document that they found out about yesterday. So we have to step up and speak for the people. But I do ask you, as a community, how can you guys ensure us, as we work with you guys, that this will be enforced on a standpoint where we can all agree? Because I feel like if we let the bill go into place and we allow it to be such a restriction due to one scenario or two scenarios, it's really affecting and impacting the entire community for one person that doesn't know how to behave. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
It does.
So all I ask is you guys work with the farmers, work with the local business owners. Again, I understand there's development, work with the developers too, but as for the farms, we want to keep Johnston County an agricultural county, and that's what I ask, that you listen to the farmers and you just support us in our journey here to try to help you guys with this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Dick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Who's next? Come on in.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
So Jessica Dickens, I'm a Smithfield resident. That was my husband. As he said, we own a local feed store. We moved here in part because, to your point, Commissioner Godwin, it wasn't Wake County.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in Wake County. We have been open now for about a month, and we have a few livestock animals out there. And the amount of people that stop in from these small communities put on 0.25 of an acre to see these animals is amazing. And we've been there a month. So what will we be able to do in 5 years? We won't be able to do it if you put these type of restrictions on folks like me. I won't have people to sell to. Those little farms, they won't be there. So I ask you to dig deep. What's the purpose of this UDO? What's the real goal? Do we want to be Wake County, or do we want to be Johnston County? I'd like to see some buffers. I don't want developers making those decisions for us. So, all due respect, I don't think I'd ever seen a day where developers and farmers have a complaint about the same thing. So, I feel certain that tonight's not the night you'll vote on this, but there's a lot to be answered. A lot. I don't think, so Ms. Stevens, not here, but she knows better than anyone how likely it is for any farmer, anybody who wants more than a few animals can buy 5 acres in Johnston County anymore. So you put those restrictions on most folks who need 2 acres, 1 acre, but want to have 2 horses and a cow. This UDO won't allow it from the looks of it. And like many others, I heard about it today. I worked until 6 o'clock today, so I didn't get to read it. I'm trying to skim through it, but 600 pages, that's a whole lot. you know, we have to ask ourselves, as taxpayers, where's our money going? Who prepared this? How much are these engineers that they're paying to prepare this costing us taxpayers? So for me, that's another issue. Like my husband mentioned, who's going to enforce these rules? I think we'd all agree that tax money is spread thin anyways. So how does this get enforced effectively? And what needs to be changed so that the enforcement can even happen? Do we wait until you guys show up? Somebody shows up, knocks on the door and says, your chicken poop smells. Then what? So a lot to be left desired in this UDO. I think a gentleman mentioned that it would take at least a year, and I'm in agreement. I think it's going to take a lot of money to get there. So again, I ask, what's the purpose? What are you trying to accomplish within this? Is it to not be Wake County? Is it to separate neighborhoods even further? Look deeper. Why can't you just put requirements on the lot sizing? I come from a land development background as well in construction before leaping into the farm store. So I thank you for your time. I know that you want the best for Johnston County, but so does everyone here out in that hallway and many, many, many others who aren't even aware that this is going on right now. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I printed it out for everybody. No, I'm kidding. I did not. I did prepare a handout, though, for my conversation, for all of you to take a look at. And I'll kind of explain, for your sake and the sake of the audience, what's there.
You would state your name also.
Yep,
for the
I
record,
certainly
please.
will. So my name's Jason Carter. I live at 904 Noose Ridge Drive in Clayton, and I'll explain a little more as well. So for your sake and the sake of those that can't see what I gave you, I included a copy of all of the development and the impact it's had in this county in the last 5 years. I've also provided you selected pages out of the Chatham County, North Carolina development ordinance. I'll explain the reasoning for that. You also have a few pages from the Town of Clayton Unified Ordinance. And finally, I printed out some select pages from this Johnston County document. So that's what I'll be referencing as I speak to you. I prepared my comments because it's kind of difficult. I get off track if I don't do that. I would love to have a little dialogue at the end if you guys feel that's necessary. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason Carter. I live at 904 Noose Ridge Drive in Clayton. Additionally, my mother, sister, and I are seventh-generation owners of a working farm in the voluntary ag district outside Benson. We are proud of our relationship with Nick Dupree and his family farming business, Dupree Produce Farms, as they rotate crops on our farm every growing season. We have made a commitment to keeping our property farmland as we actively consider a conservation easement. So that gives you a little perspective of where we stand on this. My wife, 2 sons, and I recently moved back to the area after being away for almost 30 years. During that time away, we lived in 14 different places in 6 other states. While I spent most of my career working for 2 capital equipment manufacturers, Deere & Company and Federal Signal. That time away gave me the unique perspective of watching different parts of the country grow in different ways. As a matter of fact, 27 years ago in 1999, when I lived in Jefferson County, Kentucky, and worked for John Deere, I wrote a thesis paper on urban sprawl that discussed the changes that were happening there in northern Kentucky as a result of unbridled growth. Johnston County is going through the same changes and challenges Jefferson County was going through those 27 years ago. For those reasons, I consider myself an amateur subject matter expert on UDOs and urban sprawl. I say amateur because I've never been compensated for my opinion on this. Over my career, I've worn many different hats, but tonight I'm wearing two. The hat of a farm owner and the hat of a volunteer on the Town of Clayton Planning Board. My views will reflect that. For the sake of time, I'll jump right into this. I do not believe the draft in front of you is ready for a vote. And if you are determined to vote tonight, I would encourage a vote of no. I believe this for three distinct reasons. Number one, I do not believe this draft represents the desires of our community. When you compare this draft to other UDOs, you will see distinct differences. I've provided you handouts that highlight some of those differences. Specifically, you have purpose, intent statements from the Chatham County UDO and the Town of Clayton UDO. Those statements for Clayton and Chatham County are specific, impactful, and represent the desires of those communities. The draft you have in front of you does not appear to do that. I would consider the intent you have in front of you to be boilerplate and not specific to the needs of our county. Of particular disappointment is the fact that farmland preservation is not mentioned once. Not once. It should be listed as a priority intent of this law and is not. Further to that, please pay attention to the difference between how Chatham County addresses bona fide farms. There's been a lot of conversation about that. They have a page and a half of detailed protections. Our draft has one sentence. Until you get further into the body, there is a little more detail. But I am talking about at the beginning of the document where they state their mission and they state their vision, and they do that clearly. They have 22 bullet items, as does the Town of Clayton. And those bullet items address the character they are trying to maintain in those two different areas. In the 10 years ending in 2022, Chatham County's population grew 20%. And at the same time, they created 2% more farmland. During that same period, Johnston County grew faster than any other county in the state with almost 28% growth, while losing almost 11% of our farmland. The UDO did not create that situation, but it clearly helps deliver on that mindset of preservation. The facts I'm quoting to you, going a little off script, I will tell you, the North Carolina State Demographer has taken a very special interest in this and what is happening in our farmlands. Also, the American Farmland Trust has a lot of valuable information that is available, and they actually present 3 different scenarios that affect the consumption of farmland in this country. And the scenario we're facing right now is unbridled growth. They have recommendations and plans in place that help control that. So there are examples out there of how to deal with this. And a county that can grow 20% and add farmland, we need to be thinking about that. There's no shame in looking at another county's UDO and trying to incorporate aspects of that can help us. Number 2, I do not believe this draft provides the clarity required for county staff and the development community to be on the same page from concept to CO. A UDO is founded on a clarity in vision and provides clarity in purpose and clarity for implementation and enforcement, as someone else mentioned earlier. Again, you have 3 examples in front of you. You can see each group's process defined for creating a major subdivision. That's the example I gave you. So at first you have the mission and vision. The next section you have in your handout is how each group handles a major subdivision. I would encourage you offline to take a look at that and compare how these 3 entities do that. As a volunteer on the Town of Clayton Planning Board, I can tell you the last thing you want is a UDO that creates ambiguity, period. You want a UDO that clearly defines the process involved when you submit an application to the county. The stronger the UDO, the better it protects all parties involved from misinterpretation. As you compare the 3 examples in front of you, you will see that our draft has the least amount of detail available for the creation of a major subdivision, the biggest thing we could have in front of us. Finally, number 3, I do not believe this draft is ready to be codified. As you know, once you have a successful vote to adopt this UDO, it becomes law, effective as early as the day you enact it. Because of the 2 reasons above, I do not believe it is ready to be codified. As an example, please take note of footnotes. These are critical in a UDO. Chatham County's UDO has almost 1,000. Those footnotes add clarity to the law at every step of the way with references to general statute and ordinance history and add to its effectiveness. Although Clayton's UDO does not have many footnotes, those references to general statute and historical ordinances are incorporated in the document. Our draft has 0 footnotes. 0. Again, that lack of information will create a situation, and let me take a step back for 1 second. I am making a big assumption here, and that assumption is that draft that has been shared with the public is the document that is intended to be codified. I don't know the answer to that, but that's the assumption, that the document you provided to the public is what is intended to become law. And so everything I'm talking to you about is based on that assumption. If it's different, I think we need to know that. Again, that lack of information will create a situation that makes compliance with the code/law and enforcement much more difficult. And although it may seem petty to say this, the Johnston County draft does not even have a cover page, page numbers, or hyperlinks from the index. At this stage where you are considering whether or not to make this law, I would expect to see a much different work product. To summarize, those of us in this room have to accept the fact that population growth in our county is going to continue. We cannot change that. What we can do is change how much land the homes for those additional residents consume. Referring back to the first document I gave you, over the last 5 years, subdivisions have consumed 8,124 acres of land, the majority of it farmland, for 5,720 homes. That is an average of over 1.4 acres per home. We have to ask ourselves, the people that are relocating here, do they really need that much land? This is a whole different conversation around sewer, water. I understand that. But we have to have a plan to address this because I'll go on with whatever it. In fairness, that average does include right-of-ways and open space. But keep in mind, that land, open space, and right-of-ways has been permanently converted and will never be farmland again, period. Engineers have estimated the new stormwater requirements alone are going to cause that average lot size to increase 25%. My guess is this UDO, if passed, will make that increase even greater. The UDO can be a tool to help change that rate of consumption, but not as it is written. I understand there's a vocal group that is encouraging you to make this draft UDO law tonight with a vote to pass. I strongly agree this county needs a robust UDO. But a robust UDO does 3 things. It represents the desires of the community, provides clarity for staff, developers, and citizens, and is clear in its language. In other words, it's ready to be codified. This document does not do that. For those reasons, I would strongly recommend you table this until you have a document in front of you that satisfies those requirements. So I'm going to go off script a little bit as I finish here. I would highly encourage you to take a look at the Chatham County UDO. They put a great emphasis on farmland and the importance within their county and what they can do for development. Again, we've discussed the fact, I brought it up, sewer and water drive so much of that. But again, we have to start with the fact that people will continue to come to our county. They will continue to move here. We have to be better at how we accommodate them and as much as people don't want to hear this, we have to do a better job at forcing that higher density closer to the municipalities. I'm going to throw one more fact at you. You may be aware or not. Johnston County has the second largest non-municipal population in the state. So translation, rural. We have the second largest population in the state. Interestingly, non-municipal. Interestingly enough, second behind Wake County. We owe it to that population, especially those that have been here as long as I have and my family has, 7 generations on our farm. We owe it to them to do the best we can to come up with a law. That is what we're talking about here, a law that puts a priority on them. I'll finish by quoting a couple things from Chatham County. And to the point the lady mentioned previously, and Ms. Pace, I know your family's involvement here as well. This Chatham County Code, again, 22 points in here. Let me read a couple to you. Number one, you've always got health and safety. But as you read through there, number 11, protect lakes, streams, rivers, wetlands, and other water bodies within the jurisdiction. There's no reason why we can't have that in our UDO. Protect scenic and ecologically sensitive areas. Number 13, preserve agricultural land and working farms. Protect historical and cultural resources. Protect neighborhoods from incompatible development. These are very specific, and people spent time coming up with these, and it is reflected in the law, in the code. And this is the county telling their citizens and making a commitment to their citizens, these are the things we are going to do with this document. I would argue with you, find one thing in here that is any different from what we're trying to do or what we need to do in this county. Back to one last thing I was going to say. They do it, if you look at page 10 of the Chatham County Development Ordinance that I provided you, they have a page and a half on bona fide farm purposes exempt. And look at the footnotes and the information at the body of that page that defines what they are trying to accomplish with this, their goals, references to general statute, references to previous versions of their UDO. It's all here for everybody to see. We don't have a single footnote, not one. They even go so far as to create, look at number 3 on page 10, and I want everyone here to hear this. Land, buildings, and structures used for agritourism are a bona fide farm purpose if the property on which the agritourism use occurs is. And it goes on to explain that. Why can't we provide that for some of the people here? Agritourism, that could be a draw for us in this county, especially for people who want to maintain those farms. That's all I have. Actually, one last thing. Please pay special attention also as you look at Chatham counties. And this is, I picked Chatham County because of the fact they've been able to grow the population and at the same time maintain the farmland they have and actually add a small amount. That's why I chose this studio. But when you drill into it, please pay attention to the charts that are in here for the processes for how this should flow. This type of information is critical. It is critical to the town of Clayton. It's in our UDO. It is critical to anyone that is trying to create a process for developers to follow and make sure they are compliant with what the law says. These flow charts are invaluable. And there's a lot more detail to this. Again, this is just one item within their plan. I know everybody's talking about 600 pages, but I would rather have the 600 pages that clearly define the responsibilities of the county and what I can expect to come out of that law and that document. And I think you've got a couple of pretty good examples in front of you. So that's really all I have, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any questions for?
I did have one, Mr. Carter. In the comparison to, lean in a little bit, in comparison to Chatham County,
Yes, sir.
do you happen to know what the average home price is, comparison between the two? I know we've heard affordable housing mentioned, but do you know that?
Unfortunately, Mr. Lawler, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I know we've got some representatives here from the Real Estate Association. They may be able to shed
Yeah, I
some
was just
light on
curious.
it.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I know UDOs have an impact, and I just didn't know if you knew the difference. Okay.
I have
That's
one
fine.
question.
Yes, sir.
From your opinion, what are the dynamics in Chatham County that allowed them to increase the farmland?
Yeah, here's one man's opinion. They have a clear vision and mission that you can see right here in the beginning of their document.
Yeah, but how does that translate into actions? What actions have they taken to make that happen?
They have, I can't give you the step-by-step. I'm not the expert on that.
Right.
I wish I could help you with that. I don't know the answers to that question. But what I can tell you is anytime, whether it's a company or, I've worked for a lot of companies where when you put these missions and visions in place, they create, downstream from that is a plan that helps you accomplish these things. And I cannot begin to believe they did not have a plan that came out. That's another thing to talk about is the town of Clayton has 7 plans that basically govern everything the town is doing. They are constantly upgraded. When I tried to start looking at some of the plans the county has, there are plans in place, but these things go back to 2010. They go back, land use plans. These plans are critical. They dovetail into the UDO, and they are critical to have these in place. I'm sorry, I'm not necessarily answering your question about Chatham County, but I think that is something we have to look at to see where we can get those plans that are currently in place to dovetail with the UDO, and/or they may need to be revised,
Yeah, Mr. Carter, I mean, I will agree with that. I think that this board's intent, and hopefully future boards, that it won't be 15 years between the next UDO, the land use plan update, or the UDO update, so.
Yeah, I can't do anything but applaud you guys for taking on this challenge. It has to be done, and it's it's a no-win situation. It's difficult for there to be a winner in this situation, but everything has to start with the conversation about people have been coming. They will continue to come. That's the reality of this. And from there, it is, how are we going to respond to that? And I am a huge advocate for preserving our farmland. I really am. And there are groups out there, the American Farmland Trust, for one, has done extensive studies on this. They have on their website extensive amounts of resources available to help people with these type of plans. And that's just one. I'll give you another example. One thing I would like to start seeing in this county is there's no reason currently, the current UDO and the one that you are considering voting on right now, there is a disincentive in there for a builder who may want to put a community farm in their development. If you don't meet that 15% threshold, it's all or nothing. And now that 15% threshold is, it's eliminating wetlands from that. It has become a net calculation versus a gross. That's part of why this land consumption, if this law goes into place the way it is, that's part of why this consumption is going to increase per lot. So.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Carter? All right.
Mr.
Thank you,
Carter,
sir.
I want
Yes,
to
sir.
thank you for offering a very compelling vision of what this plan should look like and what it is to accomplish. Very good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very good.
Look, I'd love to be a participant in this. My heart is in the right place. My family's been here for 7 generations. I want what a lot of the people standing out there in the hall want as well. I want to see that farmland conserved to a point where, I mentioned this before, our family is talking about a conservation easement. That's something else that, I'm going to throw this out there, that's something else that a conservation easement, and I'm off topic a little bit, but I'll mention this. A conservation easement is it is something that is perpetually binding for someone, okay? If our intent is to preserve farmland here, why don't we, until we can get this right, why not pursue something that provides an incentive to farmers, especially those, I'm not trying to exclude, our growth is happening primarily west of I-95. That's where it's happening. Why not provide some incentives for people to keep their farmland for 10 years, as an example? A per acre amount. Put a fund in place to help with that, as an example. And an easement with a time limit on it, that's a very common thing. And you can create an easement that it expires on a certain date and it requires no more, it doesn't require leases, it's, and that is people's commitment to, I am going to keep this in farmland. Again, I have to go back to the fact and stress the fact that we have to look to the municipalities in this county to work hard at finding the space for that higher density. That is the best thing we can do to prevent the consumption of the farmland in the rural areas. Our farm had a perimeter of almost 10,000 feet. We are now down to less than 2,000 feet that is not surrounded by a subdivision. And we have been in a voluntary ag district as long as it's been around. And Farmland Trust, they talk about this as we have farmers who change generations. What we are finding is a farmer who, and they've done the research on this, a farmer whose neighbor sells their property is 3 times more likely to sell their property at that point. 3 times more likely than they would have been before that neighboring farmer sold their property. So I am for a robust UDO, and I am for higher density development closer to the municipalities, with the ultimate goal of trying to do what we can to conserve farmland. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
all.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hello, sir, how you doing?
Good, good. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I really don't want to be here. I'm not a speaker. I'm a software developer, but I'm not a farmer. But my wife and I do come from a farming family, both farming families.
Will you state your name for the record,
Oh,
please,
sorry,
sir?
yeah, Scott Pollard. I'm at 687 Lee Road, Clayton.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Just wanted to come in a different kind of, maybe it's maybe I'm in the minority, but I just wanted to kind of come at this at a different angle as far as like individual liberty, as far as what you can do on your property. Just a little bit of background. I grew up in I'm a lifelong Johnston County resident. Grew up in 4 Oaks. My parents bought 10 acres of land out in Clayton back in 1980. All the roads around us were dirt back then. And I've lived here except for 4 years when I was in college. They had 10 acres. After college, I was able to build a house, got married, and currently we're on 3 of those acres. So my parents passed away. We couldn't keep all 10. We had to sell the other 7. We got a great neighbor, and between my wife and he, they are doing, you would call it a farm or farming. She's got a passion for flowers, vegetables, that sort of thing. And I would just like to come at this as far as being able to do what we can do on our farm to generate maybe some income, or have more community. Being a software developer, I don't get out much. The only neighbors I really know are the ones that my parents knew or that lived like directly next to us. You know, that's on me, I understand, but my wife has recently, for the past 2 years or 3 years, had a kind of a makeshift farm stand where she's grown vegetables, flowers, and this past year, we were able to build a more permanent structure, and we have met probably 100 people in our community, neighbors. We've got to know them, they've got to know each other. And from what I'm seeing in the proposal so far, is there's limits on things as far as acreage or income generation that you can have on your property with certain things. I don't know the details, but I would just like to just bring that up. And for somebody that has maybe, that does bees, wants to sell honey, or, you know, something like that, raises flowers, wants to do arrangements, just try to keep that in mind. Because it would be very frustrating if people can't express their hobbies and passions and, you know, potentially make a little bit of money out of it. So thank you for your time and all your interest.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll ask if there's anyone that has anything that wants to speak that's different than what we've already heard, that's sort of outside of the different realms, just in the interest of time, because we do have the rest of the agenda to get through. I don't want anyone to walk away not being heard, but I do want to just see if there's anybody that brings something different to the table that we haven't already heard. Does that fit you, sir?
I'm afraid that different thing does fit me.
All right, well, come on then. Tell me what you got. State your name for the record,
Michael
please.
Blenson, Federal Road, Benson. This has been a emotional week for me. I've talked to every farmer. I know they're my heroes. You're taking their legacy, and it's the money. I'm going to stand up here and tell you it's the money. It's everything that T. Johnston worked out. It's everything Jimmy Olive worked out. It's everything George Avery worked out, Steve Lane and Terry Parker. That thing's full of them. And they're not all here. Half of them are at the tobacco meeting. Half of them are at another meeting. This is everything they worked out. Their daddy worked out. Their granddaddy worked out. His daddy. As long as this county has been here, they are the ones that are preserving farmland. They stood in the gap. They worked for nothing, night and day, and they did it for their children. And they want it to happen. And if they don't want to farm, they want them to have the option to do what they need to do to be happy in their life. And you are down zoning. Do not be mistaken. Your plan is to down zone. Your intent was to down zone. You have used the legislature as a backstop. People don't understand that. But your intent was to take my granddaddy's legacy away from me and away from the heirs that come after me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blenson. Anything new? Okay. Unless, if it's the same thing you've already told me, then tell me something
No, it's
different.
not going to be that.
Okay.
I want to make a shout out because he mentioned down zoning. Neil Jarman, 120 Hardy Road, Corinth Orders High. So I felt rushed earlier, so I showed everybody about the landscape buffers. So now we're talking about down zoning, and I want to make a shout out to the state legislators in Raleigh that passed this law, what was in 2024, we were told, where it would prevent downzoning from happening. And downzoning is when a local government changes a property's zoning to a less intense, more restrictive use, such as reducing development density or changing a commercial area to a residential or agriculture, often reducing property value and limiting potential development, while generally meaning a decrease in allowable use. Recent laws, like in North Carolina, have broadened this to include any change that creates a nonconformity, even on vacant land, requiring owner consent of many such actions. Creates a nonconformity, even on vacant land, it requires owner consent on many such actions. So I just want to make a shout out to the state legislature for passing that law to prevent downzoning from happening without approval from property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else who'd like to be heard on the public hearing? I'm going to take that as a no.
Do we need to ask the hallway?
Yeah, just check out in the hallway, see, make sure everybody's had their feelings hurt. We're good, okay. All right, at that point, I'll close the public hearing, and we will move on to the next item on the agenda. This is not something we were going to plan to vote on tonight anyway. We needed to hear from the public and hear from the stakeholders, and it sounds like we've got a lot of work left to be done, and we will continue to work through this. This was not a preconceived idea that we were going to walk in here and adopt this thing perfectly, at least not from my perspective, and so I think we need to go back and put some more effort into it and have some more conversations with the people, and I'm not going to speak for other board members. I'm going to open it up and let them have an opportunity to speak for themselves, but I think from my perspective, we need to sit down and work through these things with our farmers and our friends and our stakeholders, and we all live in Johnston County together. So we want to be friends and neighbors, and we want to do the right thing, and sometimes we just have to figure out what that is. So any commissioners that want to have any comments before we move on from this public hearing?
Question, does this mean that that there will be another public hearing in the future, or does this exactly mean? Are we going to continue?
Yeah, that's at the discretion of the board.
Okay.
So we've had a public hearing, which is the requirement of the law, but there's nothing that says we can't exceed that requirement, Ms. Slusser. And so we can have another public hearing if we would like to do that and have further conversations about it.
I think we heard tonight that we absolutely need to. I think I'm so proud of the people that showed up, and we got so many different perspectives that a lot of us had not even considered. And I'm so grateful for the feedback, whether it was about the document itself, whether it was about the intention behind it, whether it was about how fast we do it. And I think it's really important, and I'm again, just super grateful that, if nothing else, we have identified people who have raised their hand and they want to be stakeholders. They want to have a voice, and I know everybody on this board wants that as well. And, we've identified gaps in, communication and what works and what's not. And so I think, at this point, nothing beats in person. I think COVID ruined that for us. I'm very glad to have met some of these people, most of them for the first time, and to be belly to belly and see their passion and their emotion behind their opinions. We do get a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of messages, but there's nothing that beats just being able to look somebody in the eye and see truly how they feel this is going to impact them. And the biggest thing I heard tonight is everybody just wants to understand, and so I don't know why we wouldn't, put something together where we have more of this dialogue, where people don't feel rushed, they don't feel, pressured under the gun, and we give the opportunity for the developers, the farmers, the realtors, the commissioners to have this open conversation to find a meeting in the middle.
I would say at a bigger venue.
Yes.
Yes,
Definitely.
yes.
Most definitely. Am I hearing the consensus of the board? I'm sorry.
So I did have, I think, a similar thought, but a little more detail. I would say we heard tonight from two groups. I think most of the time we would be surprised and think they're in opposite corners, and I think we heard a unified voice on all sides that more time is needed. I also think that if we take the foot off the gas, we'll be here, and I'm just going, somebody said a year, if we're going to be 11 months from now, and we're going to be having all this conversation again. So I think that we can't afford to take a lot of time to look at this, but I think we need to keep the foot on the gas. The other thing that I heard tonight is we have planning board asked for some cases to be documented of the impact. I think we saw one tonight. There are more chapters, I think, for legal review, if I understood that correctly, maybe already in process. And I think part of that was the legal issues with downzoning, and I think we're addressing those. I think there were some questions from the ag community that we've addressed along the way. We've also, there was also, early on, there was a stakeholders group that we had that initiated this process, and to my knowledge, this has not been vetted at all by that group that we put together to take a look at this. So I would think that they would be a part of this process. The other thing that was offered tonight, not publicly before Mr. Spivey left, but the Cooperative Extension had said they would be available to host a meeting, an informational meeting, where we can have some more conversation and input, and maybe explanation of what is actually in the UDO, because we heard tonight that there was some differences of what people thought were in it versus what is in it. So to me, I think that's valuable, and I think all of this gets us, even before there's an official public hearing, because my guess is there will be a need for one, because this thing is going to evolve, and we're going to have a maybe not very similar document. It'll be close to, I think, to what we have, but another chance to have that once we get that document done. So I don't disagree that we probably need a public hearing. I totally agree with Commissioner Godwin that it needs to be at a bigger place, and unfortunately this is not it. The Ag Center is probably that location, and I don't know the time frame. That may be something staff can recommend for us with the, with we have stakeholders, and to get with the Cooperative Extension and see what they can pull together, because it sounds like there's a communication gap, and maybe that is the best way to get that out to the ag community and soil and water conservation, or whatever that is. But I would say for the next steps is let's hear back from those folks at our first meeting in February, if we can have a time frame for that, to be able to get that information and know what that schedule is, and then go forward from there. But I agree. I mean, what I heard tonight was, again, as much as we think, and our staff does a great job getting information out there, but not everybody is listening at the time that this stuff is out there. It's not all on social media. There's just so many ways, and whatever we do, we're going to have people coming in and say, I didn't know about it. But I think we probably need to have a more concerted effort to make sure that's out, and that does include the JCBIA folks getting it out, so that side, and also from the farming and agricultural business side, to make sure that we're getting it out into that, in addition to the general public. So that would be my recommendation, is let's get some time frame back from staff on when we can have, and be working on when we can have these meetings, not just wait to come back and tell us, but let's be working to actually have dates that we can just nod and say, let's go with that. So rather than come back in 2 weeks and then decide when we're going to have the meeting. So that'd be my long-winded suggestion.
All right.
Should we go ahead and try to establish a time for another public hearing, like mid-February, or because I feel like if we deadlines cause action to be happening, and we set a deadline, and maybe that public hearing is there's still need to be to more conversation. But I feel like to your point, if you just say, well, let's push it off a year, in a year we'll probably be right here again saying we need more time. So I would like to, I do think that if we gave it 30 days or so for interested stakeholders to have some conversation, we could have a public hearing in mid-February, and then if that's not enough time, then we could have another one. But I do want to get it right. This is a very important document, and we saw tonight just how important it is to everyone, and so that would be my suggestion.
And I like the suggestion of having it at the Ag Center, because
Yes.
while we were able to hear from a lot of people tonight, there was a lot of people in the hallway, and us sitting up here, we're not able to see that. We were not able to see the hallway full of people. We were not able to see who attended, and that's something that I feel that is almost a disservice for them, is that we weren't able to see them. We weren't able to see their emotions. We weren't able to see the amount of people that stood in the hallway and are still in the hallway, and it's 9 o'clock at night. And so I would really like for people to be able to be at the Ag Center, so that way everyone is being able to be heard, everyone is able to be seen, and that way we feel like we are all at the conversation and able to have a conversation together and everyone at the table. So I would really like for another public input meeting and stakeholder meeting at the Ag Center where we can have room for everyone.
So I would say, I think it's very aspirational to have it mid-February, but I think can we continue it rather than have a separate meeting? Can we continue this to mid-February, and if we need to continue it it to another date? How can we do that?
So the public hearing's been closed. We would need to reschedule a public hearing, but you can do that as a special meeting. We have lots of options in getting that done at the time in which the board would like to have that done. So we've made the milestone of the statutorily required public hearing, and so now we have some options as to how we move forward, should you choose to do it in that way.
I think everyone's in agreement that the Ag Center would be the place. I think we would have to let staff check on the availability of when that facility is available, and it would have to be a special call meeting, if that sounds reasonable. So we can certainly do that, though. Does anyone else have any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I agree that with what Commissioner Lawler said about we need to keep the foot on the gas, but we need to get it right.
Absolutely.
But I question if we're going to accomplish a lot by having another public hearing so soon after this one, until we've had a chance to actually engage these stakeholders and get some tangible feedback that can go into this document. And maybe just put that off just a little bit until we've got that, because, we are clearly here tonight. We got people who want to contribute that didn't feel like they ever had an opportunity to contribute or didn't see it. Let's resolve that communication problem first and see if we can get them together and start getting some tangible feedback that can be utilized in this document.
Yeah, I think, I agree with that. Again, the aspiration, I think if we can commit to trying to get these other meetings together, but we need to have those other meetings and have information from those before we schedule a public hearing. Because what I don't want to do is schedule a public hearing, everybody shows up and we say, oh, we don't have enough information, or worse, we publicize, same as we publicize it, and all of a sudden then we've got to unpublicize it, cancel it, and say we're not really going to do that. So I would prefer.
Or there's no changes to be made.
We need to have something that has been at least modified for people to look at and digest, as well as hopefully incorporated some of their feedback into it that didn't get in there the first time around.
Right, that was going to be my question. My only concern with pushing it off too far is we're losing the engagement that we have right now from people who are raising their hand and want to be stakeholders. And so I don't want it to fall off of their radar either. And so I guess my charge would be, if this is what you're asking, because what I would love to see is some solutions that were given from these stakeholders or from those that have been vocal, to your point, so that we have something to kind of chew on and work on. We want to have a public forum. I want to hear to Commissioner Pace Davis's point. I want to hear from the other voices and some of those that couldn't, be heard. But at the same time, to your point, I want to start gathering solutions, so it's not just okay, we know this is not where we're going to land. This is a starting point. What are some solutions we can start implementing, and then start having more of those conversations with every side of the aisle to find out how we can better shape this document. But I don't want to lose too much time either.
So what I'm hearing is we want to take what we've learned tonight and start incorporating that into the document and create some changes that could be reviewed and looked at, and then schedule another time for the public hearing and have an opportunity. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You want to say something?
So my thought would be perhaps we need the input first before we start making significant revision based on what we've heard, because the other side of that is we need direction from you as well. And so I think that it would be helpful to be able to gather the specifics related to some of the things that we've heard. And you heard Mr. Adams speak earlier about he had an extensive meeting with the planning department today. I mean, so these things have been moving forward, but we would like the opportunity to get some of that information before we start revising, because we want to make sure that we've considered everything as we're doing those revisions. And perhaps the thing to do is to let us work with our consultants and bring you back sort of a project plan based on what we've heard today. And I don't mean we bring you back a plan in a couple weeks. We'll communicate that very quickly and go ahead and get things moving in that direction. But that would be my recommendation, because we don't want to go in and start making revisions to the draft and then that not meet the expectation of the board or the stakeholders that have made comments.
Yeah, I would rather not modify the document until we're sure, and we get potential changes outside the document, and then we decide what goes into the document.
Right, and I think that sort of what I had in mind is very similar to what you've already received, which is the comparison document, right? So you've got what it was, what it is now. Well, perhaps we work off of the feedback that's been received and what we learn in these meetings, and then there's another column that's added, or something like that to make it as easy to understand and as easy to read as possible. And certainly, I do want to encourage the public, based on what you've seen tonight in this YouTube video, or if you were here and you have specific questions or concerns, please contact the planning department and provide that feedback and that input, because we're taking all of the comments and synthesizing those and trying to make sure that we are delivering the best product possible as we move this project forward.
We got some good feedback tonight, and we got some good information from Mr. Carter that I'd like to review very closely.
I think at this point, if I could ask you to put the commissioner's email up, I think Adam has that available. Anyone that's watching or is listening to this, that's the email address that gets all 7 Johnston County commissioners. And if you have questions or concerns, or you want to stay engaged, please feel free to do that. Send us your thoughts, and we're going to continue to try to engage as many people as we possibly can moving forward. I think one of the things that I've heard unanimously across the board is that we want to get it right. We want to get it right for the people and for the county, and so we want to create a document that's going to be usable in the future and will address the needs that it needs to address. So,
Mr.
yeah.
Chairman, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
also ask that we maybe put some type of time frame around this, just so for those that were here tonight, one of the things we heard is they just found out about it yesterday, and so I would hate for us to schedule a meeting March 1, and for some reason, people feel like they hadn't been able to get their comments in until February 28th.
Right.
And so I would love for us to discuss or make sure that we're putting out what a time frame is to get some of these stakeholder questions, recommendations, and then I was going to say this for the last, but perhaps we can compile with our PIO staff and staff a list of the frequently asked questions that we received tonight, some of the miscommunications, so we can go ahead and get some of those things clarified and out there as much as possible, maybe to at least calm some of the fears that some people had as well.
All right, very good. Anything else on this topic?
No, I would, well, yes, I would say no, I want to say something. So I would encourage folks to, as you got the commissioners, but also sign up for the Sunshine List to make sure, and somebody can give them where that is, but sign up for that to make sure you're getting emails from the county, so that it's not something you got to search for to come right to your email. So if someone we can share that at some point, that would be great.
And those, to sign up for the Sunshine List, citizens can contact the clerk to the board, Dana Cuddington, at dana.cuddington@johnstonnc.gov.
Will they automatically be signed up for our newsletter as well when they do that? We could add that to that.
Yeah, if you go to johnstonNC.gov/subscribe, you can sign up for the newsletter there, and then can you sign up for the Sunshine List there as well? If not, we should probably make it that way. But we'll check it out. johnstonNC.gov/subscribe, and you can get on the newsletter, and also JOCO alerts too for the winter weather coming up this weekend.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more last comment?
I'm going to put my pages.
I was just going to say, I just appreciate that all the people that have called. I know my phone's been blowing up over the weekend, texted, sent a message, and then emailed, and then all the people that showed up tonight. I mean, it's a Tuesday night at 9 o'clock, and like I said, it's you get the text and the phone calls, but as you said earlier, Commissioner Stevens, it makes an impact whenever there's a presence. And so I just really appreciate everybody's passion, everybody's, just excitement for the UDO, but then also, and purpose, but then also everybody's time, and really respectful of their time for showing up, and everybody wanting to have what's best for Johnston County moving forward. I think that says a lot of the amount of people that showed up tonight and how important that this document is and that we do get it right.
All right, very good. Nothing else, we'll move on to item number 9 on the agenda. That's Davenport and Company, their draft general fund capital improvements plan presentation by Kyle with Davenport and Company LLC. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Sir, how are you?
Just fine.
Good.
Mr. Chair, members of the
I'm
board.
sorry.
Y'all really could have had just a late supper tonight.
Nice to see you all.
You were easier to wait than all those.
We understand, we appreciate it. It's important business.
Hold on one second. I think we need to get the,
This one stretch.
yeah.
I said, can we have a 7th inning stretch?
Yeah, that's fine. I can't believe everybody wants to stay and hear the financials, you know?
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah, that's the
We're
big
very
part.
excited to hear the financials.
excited.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll let Austin hand the books
Thanks,
out
Austin.
here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
And Ted, I'm going to thank you for so eloquent.
Thank you very much.
Focuses what I feel is without getting discussion, folks know where things will be.
That's all right.
I'm learning from you.
I'm getting tired of both sides accusing me.
Oh, yeah. That real emotional that came up from Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
He basically, said you wouldn't let the.
No, sir, you go on. You're good.
Said
Yeah.
you're destroying our farm.
He'll be back.
Very good. Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, nice to see you all. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Again, Kyle Laux with Davenport. Always nice to see you. My colleague Austin Saxling just handed the books out, which is the exact same thing we have up on the screen for you. Just brought you a hard copy. What we're here to talk about tonight is a little bit of an update on the finances like we like to do this time of year, but also really talk about something called the Capital Improvement Program. We'll get into the details of that. We want to give you an overview of that. I think it all goes in line with the fact that you are a AAA local government. That's the highest you can be. We'll talk about those details. And this capital improvement program, or CIPs, we'll kind of shorten it as we talk here, is just one other way to memorialize some of the practices you've done for a long time. So with that, we'll go through, and Mr. Chair and members of the board, happy to answer questions as we go. But again, as your advisor, meaning financial advisor, which we've had the good pleasure to do for upwards of 25 years, and so we've seen you grow and develop, and that's been exciting. We appreciate that. Go past the background here, just in terms of goals and objectives. So like we like to do in these presentations, we'll do a little bit of history just to kind of set the table. We'll talk a little bit about your credit ratings, not a lot. Give a little bit of peer comparison so that you can see how you and the county stack up relative to neighbors. Highly rated, of course, being in North Carolina. And then also give you that important CIP that's that planning document going forward. We'll do all those things in the next couple pages. On page number 3, again, as background, you all know this as members of the board, but you are AAA rated. You have 2 AAA credit ratings, one from Moody's, one from Standard & Poor's. We oftentimes just shorten to S&P. Those are the highest possible credit ratings that any local government can have. They make sure that when you need to go borrow money for capital projects or go refinance debt, you can do so at the lowest possible interest rates. Gives you a lot of flexibility to access the credit markets at the time and sort of structure that you as a county need to do. And so all the planning that we're going to talk about is grounded in making sure we can maintain and maximize those AAA ratings. So I always like to bring that up as a reminder.
The timing, excuse me, Kyle, the timing on that rating, does that typically come up when we enter into another transaction and we need it refreshed, if you will?
Yep. Typically, so they're really typically supposed to look at about once a year and sort of update and review those. And you've been active enough that typically is in line with going out and either doing a GO or a LOBS for some new capital projects.
Okay.
It's about once a year. On page number 4, again, just a little bit of history to kind of set the table here, what we're showing on this page is your last 5 years of audited financial statements. You'll notice that ends in 2024. We know in talking with Mr. McClam and his office, they're working hard to get 2025 complete. But I think what you see here is a couple different things. The graph is simply showing revenues versus expenditures. So your blue line there is the revenues. The green bars are the expenditures. Importantly, that blue line is always above the green bars. So you've got an annual surplus. You've got very good cash flow in the county, and that's important. One nuance that I'll point out is that if you just kind of take your eye and eyeball the gap between that blue line and the green bars, what we are seeing, and this is not abnormal for most of our local government clients, especially given how abnormal the 2020, 21, 22 time period was, is that gap between revenues and expenditures is shrinking. It's still positive, meaning we've got more revenues than expenditures. If you just visually look at the size of that surplus, it's shrinking each and every year. It's maybe a little cautionary as you go into the budget cycle right now. We, as your outside advisor, think you're in very good financial shape. There's no red flags here. But as you go through another planning cycle, it's good to point out that we are seeing that trend whereby, again, the size of the surplus, that gap is closing. And so just good to keep that in mind as you go into the FY27 budget cycle.
Excuse me, Carl, the light green shade, other financing sources, give me an example. What's that referring to?
It's a lot of times it's maybe some leases, could be other borrowings that maybe are flowing through the general fund. Typically things that are not your recurring annual revenues like your ad valorem taxes and your sales taxes, so forth and so on.
I know that's normally large in '23. I was trying to remember what could have affected that.
That, off the top of my head, I don't know if Mr. McClam maybe does. We could always get back to you on that. Yeah, we'll get back to you on that. And so that leads to page 5, and page 5 is...
Kyle, can you go back
Yep.
1 second, just for me? So I would say the overall growth in revenue due to population growth, what are we seeing there? So I know during some of that period, we actually cut the tax rate during there, but yeah, revenue still.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a very, very good 5 years economically, and so you're seeing growth across the board in terms of revenue streams. And so because the property values have grown so much, we had a reval in there, and so the size of that tax base has grown, even though the tax rate has come down. You've seen a lot of other economic activity in terms of sales tax has grown a lot. And so it's across the board. Again, we've got just a summary page here, but across the board, revenue increases.
Well, I guess my question is, between that time frame, we didn't have a reval. That was without the reval, so that was the 2019
That's right,
reval.
yeah, that's right.
So, but I know that includes sales tax and other revenue as well. So.
Other services that the county performs, like inspections, things like that, we're drawing revenue from. As the county grows, those sort of ancillary other sources of income also grows.
Okay.
As well as the investment income is another one that's growing.
Thank you.
Yep. And so that gets to page 5, and again, we talk a lot about this and have one of arguably the most important financial measurement or metric. If you just want to look at one, there's a lot you can look at, but fund balance is just a very, very good and very important financial measurement for this county and another county. And so what we're showing here is the trend of that fund balance over basically about the past 10 or 15 years. We purposely did that going way back in that 2012 time period whereby the fund balances were arguably much, much lower at the time, kind of coming out of that last recession back in 08 and 09. And what we've really seen as you look at that just visual is in very solid shape. That fund balance was growing before 2019, and it's really started to pick up 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. So you've had a very good 5 years of adding to the fund balance and accumulating those dollars. That's important because what we'll talk about as we get towards the back of the book here is it all goes in a cycle. And you as a county are going through one of those cycles whereby there is a lot of capital projects, whether it's for schools, things you as a board, obviously it's the board's discretion, but things you've identified in terms of new investment to help support that growth. And so we're at one of those cycles whereby those dollars, we'll get to this at the back of the book, are there on purpose because they're going to be utilized. We want to make sure that they're over and above the policy, and so our policy right now is to be at 20%, that's that yellow line. We're way above that, but that's on purpose. That's all part of the planning that you as a board do with Chad, with us, to make sure that as we look over the long haul, not just next budget cycle, but the next 5, 10 years, the county remains to be in as good a shape, if not better, in the future. We'll give you just a couple snapshots here of how you and Johnston compare to other peers. A lot of data on this page, but what we're basically doing is breaking out for you other AAA-rated counties in North Carolina, and also showing you what other national AAAs look like, meaning counties. And so that available fund balance percentage in the 60s right now. Again, very, very strong, very solid. It's grown a lot the last 4 or 5 years, but what we'll get to sort of the second half of the book is how do we strategically use some of those dollars over the next 4 or 5 years, knowing you've got a lot of capital to take on and knowing we're going to maintain and maximize those AAA credit ratings. So with that, we'll go to page 7, shift gears a little bit. And so we'll start talking some more about the CIP itself, the capital. Before we do that, I thought it'd be helpful, maybe useful to show just a picture of what the county's existing debt profile is right now. You can see that on the screen. Importantly, for a visual person, you look at the right-hand side, you see that graph. All of the county's debt is fixed rate. It is paid much like a residential mortgage insofar as you're making fixed annual principal and interest installments. So as interest rates move in the marketplace, your debt is not affected. This is all very much like a fixed rate mortgage. Looking back to that graph on the right-hand side, what you see is a steady decline. That's on purpose. So you have this kind of this ski slope down, again, by virtue of responsibly paying off the principal each and every year. What that downward slope allows is capacity to take on new projects in the future as you as a county and you as a board identify. So that could be for schools, could be for county facilities. Basically, you've got a embedded or built-in freeing of dollars in the future on purpose to make sure we can responsibly incorporate some of these new projects.
That's what I like to hear.
On page number 8, again, getting to the AAA ratings, the policies, you've had a variety of financial policies for years and years. 2 of those that have been governors on the debt side of the equation, make sure we don't get too high, are debt versus assessed value on the left-hand side and debt service versus the budget, debt to expenditures on the right-hand side. Your policies are in the red lines, so very simply, we don't want those green bars to be above the red lines. You look at the left-hand side, debt to assessed value, because of the growth you've had. To the earlier point, for the vice chair, we do have the reval in that, incorporated in that graph on the left. Okay. So between 24, 25, 26. So that's in that graph on the left-hand side. And so what you see is you've got very good capacity relative to that policy on the left. You take your eye to the policy on the right, which is arguably the more important of those 2. That's how many pennies out of every dollar in the budget are going to make a debt service payment. We've got a policy that should be no more than 20%. We're right now about 12% and projected to go down. And so this is all before we add anything new. But what this shows us is you have the capacity to add new projects. The other concept that we have here, we'll get to at the back, and working with Chad a lot, is affordability. These are 2 different things. Capacity means we can go take on things and remain in compliance with best practices and policies. Affordability, arguably the more important concept, is making sure we can pay for that, making sure we can make those debt service payments when they come online. In terms of how you compare to peers, again, AAAs in North Carolina and the state, really the Mid-Atlantic, blessed with a lot of very well-run local governments that have those AAA ratings. So we've just shown you a snapshot here. Basically, you compare very well. Won't go through the details there. Debt service to expenditures, again, similar. Certainly, you're in good shape relative to that, a little bit below the peer median in terms of debt service to expenditures. So in good shape relative to peers and the policies. So as we get to page 11, we'll talk about, again, this capital improvement plan, or CIP. And this is something I think we spoke about probably a year plus ago. And I'd argue this is really a process to memorialize a lot of the planning you've done for years and years. Johnston as a county has done financial planning over multiple years, not just one budget cycle, but looking at over 5 years for a long, long time. And so taking that process and memorializing it in a CIP is a recommendation that we would have, certainly up to the board. What projects go in there is entirely up to the board, but it helps memorialize and give a roadmap for both the rating agencies, for you as a board, for your staff, for us as your advisor, to see where are we going over the next basically 5 to 7 years in terms of capital projects. You can see just a little description there, but it really is designed to give a playbook or a roadmap over about 5 or 7 years of what major projects you'd be taking on. On page 12, again, just kind of listing some of the rationale there, but I would again argue this is something you as a county have done a very good job of doing for the last really 20 years in terms of the planning. And so as you are at AAA, as we continue to try and maximize that, we think this is something that's just going to help make sure that continues to be the case into the future.
If I could just jump in here real quick. Sure. So the one thing that we will hear occasionally is that, you know, the fund balance percentage, they're not quite sure why it is as it is. And so I think this is a great representation of exactly why it is where it is now and why it needs to be there as these new projects come online. You know, the money is there. We're being responsible, and yeah, I really applaud the way this is laid out. I think this is something that I would like to actually share with some of my constituents so that they could get a more visual representation of what's going on.
It's you know, sort of through the county administrator, through Chad, very much available, and hopefully good information that way. But to your point, Commissioner Rose, I think what you're really seeing here is a concerted effort annually through your budget processes to make sure you got a plan, which you do, and then we'll get to the next couple pages here and show how that fund balance progresses. And it comes back down. Mm-hmm. That's not a surprise. It's all part of why you've built them to this point. And then as you start to, as a board, as a county, take on some additional projects, it gives you that flexibility to go put some cash in, gives you flexibility to, no different than buying a home. You know, folks will be able to do that, put some down payment, so to speak, take advantage of opportunities with economic development, does all those kind of things.
Mm-hmm. And I did want to add to that. I know that for those of us in the middle here who were around 3 or 4 years ago, we had the 20% fund balance policy goal. But we were at the time in the 60 plus, maybe even up to 70% fund balance. And we made a conscious decision to have I'm going to say informal goal to drive that towards 40. That's right. And part of that was developing a CIP for projects, so that we were, you know, not just storing the people's money, but we were going to accomplish the things that we had in our CIP. And DSS is the first one of that, judicial annex. So we have a plan for projects to drive that down to our unofficial goal and put us, I think, more in line with what our unofficial goal is. But I don't think we want to hang out at the 20% level, and that limits our future ability to take on projects.
Totally agree. I think if you go back, as we typically talk in the February, March timeframe and in a retreat, but as we go back over those years, that's exactly right. We should advise, we don't think you need to be in the 65% range in the foreseeable future. But knowing that, maybe use that as a segue to this page, that you've identified a series of very major capital investments as a county. And so we'll talk about those for a second, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. And again, these are all given to us. So as your advisor, it's not for us to say what's a good project or a bad project, not for us to say what projects to do, but help to maybe try to organize, analyze, and think through how it impacts the county with your excellent staff. And so what this is showing is the series of types of projects that were, again, given to us that would be within that plan over the next basically about 5 years. And the intent here is to have what I'll call the big stuff. That's an unofficial, sort of term, but you look at that list there, you've got the schools referendum, so we still have the balance of the 22 referendum to sell in the public credit markets. We've got the 2024 referendum still to sell in the credit markets. And so from a planning and tracking standpoint, we always got to keep that in mind. That by itself is about $197 million still to come. And then as we go to 2027, 2028, you see a series of projects there. So Clayton High School, I know we've talked about a fair amount. That project itself is moving forward. It's about $129 million. A few other estimates in here in terms of EMS stations, in terms of the courthouse annex. Those are very much estimates. Any of these projects take a while to plan, take a while to kind of work their way through the architects, the engineers, all those types of things. And so another reason that you want to have a very strong fund balance when you're in that process is you're going to get surprises. You and every other local government, especially the last 5 years, inflation has been real in the world of constructing facilities of this type. And so that fund balance gives you contingency and flexibility to help guard against some of those surprises in terms of project costs. The other major project that's in here, the Vice Chair's point, is DSS building. And so you see a methodical plan laid out year over year that's got schools, got some county facilities in it. The other thing I'll point out is that 2031 is in there for the moment. Technically, there's not anything in that column right now. It's not our expectation. You won't be doing anything. There are going to be other projects that in any growing county are going to end up being requirements you'll have to do, things that you will want to do. And so the idea is the CIP is a living document. You look at it at least annually. It's updated at least annually. And so it ends up being not in any way, shape, or form locked in stone. None of the numbers here would argue outside of the old referendums are locked in stone. It's very much a planning document. And so as you look at those numbers in year 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's our expectation. Those will probably move around a little bit as you get better information, as the board's priorities maybe shift or change in there, as you get farther in the planning process. So the intent here is for this to be flexible, but give a very good roadmap in terms of where you're heading. And so again, as you look at the total there, back to the point of why is our fund balance so strong, all these things tie together. You've identified as a county, at least it was given to us, it's about $524 million of projects between schools, county facilities that's currently planned over the next 5 years. And so it goes into, which we've talked about in those work sessions in the past, the best way to help counterbalance the need to make a bunch of those investments to make sure we get a really good savings account. They're different than if you're going to go out and make improvements to your home, maybe buy a new home. The bank's going to want to see that you've got a good reserve in your savings account. There's a lot of corollaries here to local government insofar as we're going to go forward, and if we're going to go forward with a variety of these projects, we want to make sure we can show to the rating agencies we've got that very strong fund balance. Page 14, just taking the same information and trying to lay out when those dollars, again, in a planning document, nothing set in stone here for the moment, with the exception of that first column that's labeled 2026, we do see that coming in the near term between finishing off the 22 referendum and the first portion of the 24 referendum for schools. Also, at the bottom of that column there, that limited obligation bonds, that's for Clayton High School. And so we do see over the balance of this fiscal year about $200 million that needs to be done for schools. And then what we've tried to lay out is by fiscal year, which you're on a June 30 fiscal year, an estimate of what might be borrowed for the various projects that you saw on the prior pages. And so that, again, a methodical plan year over year. It'll change, it'll evolve as budget priorities change, so forth and so on. But the intent here is to give a really good roadmap in terms of where you're heading. So on page 15, again, getting that theme of planning, what we've done is taken that roughly $500 million in projects for the next 5 years and layered it in, just using the numbers you saw on the prior page.
What kind of debt, rate environment did you factor in?
5%. So we've used 5% as a planning rate. In the current market, we're probably in about 4 plus or minus. There's probably about 100 basis point contingency in there on purpose. We try and err on the conservative side. We don't control rates, nor do you. But and all the financings in here, all the borrowings are over 20 years. So 20 years paid with level principal, a planning rate is of 5%. It's used in these numbers. When we do that, the dark green in these graphs here is the existing debt, just as you saw a couple pages prior. The light green is when we start to layer in the new projects between, again, the referendums, the DSS, other county facilities. And what you see is that we'll be able to demonstrate you meet those policies in terms of the county's adopted debt policies. Left-hand side, debt to assessed value, very solid capacity. Right-hand side, debt service to the budget. Get a little closer to that policy, but we still have some contingency, I would argue, relative to that red line on the right-hand side. And so again, this is what we call capacity. Do we have the capacity to do the things you saw on the prior page? You do. You've got that capacity. The other concept, though, is affordability. And so affordability is that concept of cash flow. If and when you go borrow dollars to the various projects, you need to make sure that money has been budgeted for in terms of making the payments on those various bond issues. That's something that from a planning perspective, you've done for years and years and years. This is nothing new. And so we just want to make the point here, these two concepts need to go hand in hand between affordability and capacity. In terms of affordability, we can measure that lots of different ways, but for this purpose, and we think it's a good one, we've tied it back to that fund balance. And so what this is showing, working very closely with Chad and Mr. McClam, is a projection of what that fund balance goes to. That right now is in the 60s. And what happens when we start to layer in budget projections you, with your staff, have put together, and the CIP over the next 5 or 6 years. And what you see in that graph is we go from the 60s and then, to the vice chair's point, get that back down into the 40s, knowing that all that's built in here right now is that first 4 years of projects. And there's going to be another series of projects. It's just inevitable that you'll need to take on as much growth and development as you do see in the county. And so, again, it goes to that cycle whereby if we are about to embark, or already embarked on the school side of the equation, and thinking about certainly going forward on the county side of the equation, all part of that strategy to make sure we've got sufficient reserves to prove we continue to be AAA, contingencies against surprises, and you're able to allocate some cash towards these projects. You don't have to borrow for everything, and that helps to bring and sort of moderate some of those levels in the future.
Yeah, and I think that other piece, 2030 is the next revow year, so there'll be a chance to make adjustments then as well, in addition to our annual adjustments.
Sure. And so with that, I'll pause there. Any questions, comments? Happy to take those. We've got a couple next steps here on the page.
Any questions for Kyle?
You always have a way of explaining it very clearly, Kyle.
Yeah, I do see we have the board workshop up there, so on the 12th and 13th of February, so another chance for the public to tune in and see what we're doing and what we're planning for.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well, again, to the time schedule of the balance of the year, we expect we'll be in the market a couple different times for both the GOs and the LOBs. That's for the Clayton High School. And then as you look at this, as you evolve in this through your budget process, our recommendation would be in that budget adoption, you go ahead and adopt the CIP. That usually makes some sense to kind of have those be meeting operating budget with the CIP in one sort of process there.
Let me ask the question in terms of, it's two-part. What do you see as outside volatility that could impact our financial stability, as well as what do you see that we could do internally that may negatively impact our financial stability?
No, it's a good question, Mr. Stope. I mean, I think outside factors, I mean, you could name any variety of them right now. You've got a lot of momentum as a county, and so that certainly is a good thing. Interest rates seem pretty stable, but there's always going to be some surprise somewhere along the line. And so I think take it back to that fund balance. We don't pretend to be prognosticators in that way, but making sure you got a good fund balance helps protect against whatever shock you may see. Hopefully you don't see anything.
I think that is critical. It helps us absorb shocks that invariably may come.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's right. I mean, if we go back to, try to flip quickly here.
Carl, do you mind if I add something?
Sure.
And one other thing too, Mr. Stowe, I believe is, obviously it's an annual budgeting process.
Yes.
You know, we do a lot of modeling, and we do the best we can with modeling, knowing that the commissioners have a lot of demands on you at budget time, but I think that's a key factor too.
Well, the second part of my question is, what do we need to do to not shoot ourselves in the foot?
How do we not mess this up?
I think,
Have no surprises.
I think the board's track record is very good, and but I think we have to continue to keep our eye on the ball,
Yes, okay, thank you.
literally on a day-to-day basis.
As fast as you've been growing and developing over the years, and you've done a very good, it's nothing new, but I think looking a couple years out, you certainly have had a number of, 5 very good years, some good years before that, but continue to look a couple years out and saying, okay, what really is the impact as we build these new facilities? What happens to operations? Is when you do some new schools, what happens to those types of revenues and expenditures? And so nothing new for you as the county, but thinking 3, 5, 7, 10 years out, how do these things evolve over time? And the one point, I'm just going to bring this page, and then I'll wrap up unless there's any other questions. But to the point of absorbing shocks, this is the fund balance going back to 2012. That 2012 time period, arguably coming out of the 08-09 recession.
Yeah.
And so those are some very, very lean years that you made it through, certainly, but they were very challenging years that way. You were right at that policy level, technically dipped below, then were able to get back above. But that is a very good example of a shock that you and every other local government had to make it through. And because you had a good fund balance going into it, you were able to make it through that time period. But still challenges.
Any other questions for Kyle? All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Great job as always. We-
Thanks for hanging in there.
Very much.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll see
Any
you in a
comments on
couple
our
weeks.
UDO while you're here?
Yes, sir.
No comment.
We'll see you in a couple weeks.
All right, yeah, item number 10 is Johnston County Financial Update, fiscal year 25-26. Chad McClam, our finance director.
I know I sent you this electronic.
Oh, good, a spreadsheet.
Oh, good, yeah. Okay.
This had the 18 over here, now the reason.
Yeah, my screen,
Yeah, right.
my screen was big enough to see that thing at
Thank you,
home.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
the home
I like
thing.
the spreadsheet, but I also like the printed copy.
Thanks, Jess.
Kyle did a great job discussing kind of where we are financially and what we have coming up over the next few years that the board may decide to do. What I'm going to talk about now. No, what I got to do now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk about really where we're at financially for 25, 26, and what we see. And so I'll start out just real quick. The board, y'all adopted a budget on June 16th, at the 2025 meeting. The budget was approximately $412.5 million. When you did the budget, you have budgeted approximately $13.3 million in fund balance. And one of the reasons why we need fund balance is so that if there are projects or things that the board wants to do, we had the fund balance in hand to be able to do those projects. So we budgeted some fund balance to be able to do some things that y'all had outside of what Rick and I put in the original budget. It's also a safety net. We've had disasters before, economic downturns, as Kyle has mentioned, and plus our rating agencies when we have a fund balance. It really, it keeps our credit high. It saves us money on debt that we're getting ready to borrow a bunch of debt. And when you have good credit ratings and you can borrow at low interest rates, I can tell you, we're planning at 4.5%, 5%. It will not be 4.5%, 5%. Not with our paper, not with our credit rating. So it saves us millions. It saves our taxpayers millions of dollars. So that's one of the reasons. In addition to the other reasons that Kyle mentioned, it helps with the current ratings and the current bonds we need to sell.
and I'll touch on the 13.3 million here in a minute. General revenue update, all revenue sources like that you have on that spreadsheet are currently being evaluated. The ad valorem taxes, January is a big month. We've had really good numbers in November, December. Obviously, as the ad valorem taxes are due, and in January is another big month. But we're seeing positive numbers, being that we had the revaluation, the board had the foresight and the, I call it compassion, to drop the rate to 52 cents. Numbers still look good in order to be able to do the things that we need this year, in addition to do the things that Kyle outlined earlier. So, great job by the board. As I said, revenue performance is trending very positively, and we have an optimistic outlook on the revenue budgets going forward. The month of January, we pulled some numbers for ad valorem, and through the first 2 weeks looked very, very favorable. So we're very excited about that. The sales tax revenue trends. Sales tax is one of our big revenue outliers. In addition to ad valorem, is continuing to trend upward. We're seeing an 8.3% growth over last year at this time. One thing that comes into that is the hold harmless that we'll get in about March. We're very conservative with that budgeting. It can be anywhere between $6 to $10 million. We do the low end of that, so if it comes in a couple million or a few million above that, that'll be even better. And the hold harmless is where they change the way sales tax is distributed between whether you per capita or point of sale. And if that affects a bigger county, then we get some hold harmless money from the state. So that's what that is. And typically we've seen anywhere from 6 to 9 million.
Chad, do we have data on tracking where the majority of our sales tax is coming from? Or is that something we can get and have for the workshop for further discussion?
That was one of my questions.
I can look and see if there's any information out there from the state.
Thank you.
Okay.
Like what parts of the county, or but then also like, are you talking like more like from grocery store or shopping or retail, or just
Well, I would love
mainly location?
Mainly location. And do we have, I know I attended a meeting years ago. It was a town hall style meeting, but essentially it was, we were able to see whether people were spending their money in Johnston County from outside of Johnston County, and how much the Johnston County residents were spending outside of Johnston County. So since we're seeing this growth, I would just kind of love to know. I'd love to dig deeper in it, not tonight, but for our workshop.
Well, and I can, good.
I was gonna say, I believe our Visitors Bureau, I don't know if they have that package now, but they have the ability, or will have the ability soon, to be able to track that, so we'll know where our money's being spent and who's spending their money.
Perfect.
In Johnston County. I just don't know if that's gonna be
I knew
by,
they did from the tourism aspect. I just knew there was another piece to it, to his point. I was just curious.
And we're very fortunate in where we're situated between I-40 and I-95. We do get a lot of outside folks to spend money here, and that boosts our, in terms of economic downturns, we don't see the effect as much as quite other people because of where we're situated. We tend to continue to get that consistent growth rate.
so I did have, so, and you'd mentioned 8%, and that's kind of what y'all, you see that is continue to trend at 8% or anything that would change that?
No, we're very conservative in how we budget. We've just seen, and we typically, what the state sees in terms of growth, Johnston County, because where we're situated, we tend to do a little bit better. And what we've seen, so you really don't compare sales tax to the previous month. You compare, like, we just got a distribution for January, we compare it to previous January. And so all these months that we've seen, they're growing between 4 and 10% every month. And so the average is averaged out about 8.3%. So every month we're doing better. And so we'll continue to, the real big one coming up over the last 6 months is going to be that hold harmless. Like, what is that going to be? Because we budgeted the low end of that hold harmless, but if it comes in at 9 or 10 million, we don't have that in our model. So that would be a boost. We have budgeted at the bottom end of what that normally is. So I'll be interested to see what that number comes out to be in March, April.
And I'm assuming the retail and commercial growth we've seen, and we'll just point up 95 a little bit here, that's probably going to boost those numbers in the future. Same thing in Clayton, we'll do the same in a year or so.
That's right. And another thing too is the a lot of the sales tax refunds for the previous year have already been done. So, you know, a lot of times that can eat into your numbers when people are sending in sales tax returns to get some of their sales tax back. If there are Johnston County businesses that are doing that, that can eat into some of our numbers. And we really haven't, we've seen the numbers fluctuate, but still compared to the previous year, we're actually doing real well every month.
Okay. All right.
And as we, let's see, we just talked about sales tax. This is where I kind of wanted to talk about financial projection and where we're sitting right now. And so we budgeted $412.5 million in expenses in our budget for 25-26. Right now, we project to spend just under $403 million, and that includes some projects that we have that were not part of the original budget. That we did for some of our, that we had to do for some of our constituents like JCC and you know, we had to buy a building for some property for some future expansion and things like that. And we've got some other things in there that is included in that $400 million. So every year we consistently find that your employees are operating at an efficient and high level in how they serve the citizens. And so that's really a credit to them and how well they're doing their jobs. We see that consistently every year. Projected revenues, we're still evaluating the ad valorem taxes. I still project that we're going to meet or exceed what we budgeted. We budgeted $204 million in ad valorem real estate revenues, and I'm projecting us to be above that. And all of our revenues look to be to come in exceeding what we had planned on bringing in. So all that be considered, you know, we budgeted $13.3 million in fund balance, but we're looking to add around $10 million in fund balance for the end of the year. And that's sort of a trend that we see. We're very conservative in how we budget, and we budget conservatively on the revenues, and then we put in the expenses to match that based on what the citizens need. And so, based on what the board put in, what Rick and I put in. We thought we were going to use about $13 million in fund balance. We're actually going to add $10 million. That's a credit to our citizens paying their ad valorem tax bills and our staff to working efficiently as possible.
So one question for you.
Yeah.
So the projected expenditures, so, and I'm not specifically asking for this year, but as we come from, you know, the last 4 or 5 years, what has been, if you can put these in general categories, what has been the biggest increase in our expenditures?
Well, probably one of the biggest increases is the number of employees we've had to add. That's probably been the biggest increases as we've added, you know, fire, rescue, things like that, sheriff's deputies and things like that, and just in general, countywide, having to add employees to deal with the increase in demand. So that would probably be one. Just education's another one. Not necessarily in debt service. Debt service, we pay debt off fairly quickly. So as we add debt, that number still stays flat. Now as we start to add, as you saw in Kyle's, we're going to add about $500 million potentially in the next 5 or 6 years. That number will go up, but that number still it stays sort of flat as quick as we pay it off. But the employee count has increased.
And I think, the the operational funds have gone up 30, include JCC, 30 to 40 million dollars
as a percentage.
4 years or so.
Yeah, as a percentage that the employee base, employees, the salaries and fringes is the biggest expense we have.
All right, thanks.
And we do operate efficiently. As much as we budget in that, we always seem to have some lapsed salaries, and so we're real systematic on how we hire employees and when we hire them to be able to do the county work. Let's see, the fund balance outlook, as I said, revenues are expected to exceed expenditures. We no longer anticipate the use of savings, and we expect to add to fund balance in 25-26. And that's important as we talk about the fund balance and what we have going forward. As the budget grows every year, just like our own individual budgets at our homes grows, as we spend more money, as much as things cost nowadays, in order to be able to keep a fund balance, you do have to add a little bit to fund balance every year to maintain the fund balance percentage. And so if we add around 10 million, that's probably going to keep our fund balance percentage level based on the needs of the county and what the board has put forth to us.
So Chad, I know when it was budget time and with the reval, there was a lot of heartache and a lot of late nights trying to figure out where that tax rate should be set. And so basically everything's looking like right now where it's at is a pretty good number. It's working out to be pretty good.
We anticipate it being a good number, yes.
Mhm.
So, I think we still have 6 months to go. Most of the ad valorem revenue is in. But from what we see, I think you hit the sweet spot in terms of trying to provide relief to citizens and then being able to provide the county with the funds necessary to meet the needs of our citizens as well. So I think you've hit the sweet spot. That's what we're using in our models, and everything's pointing favorably to be able to do the things that you need to do over the next few years. So the fund balance percentage we're estimating right now at the end of the year to be just under 56%. And so that is a healthy fund balance. That's what we need for all the projects and things that we're going to do coming up. So as we continue to do these projects and we sell bonds, that fund balance percentage will go down. But again, as we're getting ready to sell 150 million or so in bonds, having a healthy fund balance when we do credit ratings, that fund balance is going to look good to the people that's buying our paper, and we're going to get good rates on that paper that's going to save us millions of dollars going forward. So it allows us to do more with less to be able to have good ratings, and this is part of it. And so when we talk to the rating agencies and we get into these projects and our fund balance percentage is going down, we have a story to tell in Johnston County that, yes, we are growing, but we're meeting the needs, and we're building infrastructure, whether it's school or county infrastructure, to meet those needs. And our fund balance percentage is naturally going to fall, but it's still at a healthy rate to be able to do anything else we might need to do in the future.
When you compare to our national peers, we need to have a healthier fund balance because of some of the negative things we have in that comparison, like per capita income.
Yes, and that has continued to grow. So all that plays into a part. So like anything that we do to incentivize industry to come, that raises per capita income, it helps our citizens. It also helps with our fund balance percentage, and it's a full circle thing. It helps everybody in the end. And so that's what we're seeing. And so all that fund balance really helps in case there's anything that comes up that we need to do last minute. I know we had some things during the budget year that's been important to the board. If we don't have the fund balance percentage, that I can go back to you and say, I can find it, or we got some to use it. Then you can't do some of the things that are important that drives Johnston County forward. So it's very important. And sometimes it goes unnoticed, but we're kind of the safety net for a lot of our constituents. So, they don't have anywhere to go. They can't borrow money, so they come here. And so that's why we have that.
That healthy fund balance has also given us the opportunity to front money for projects and then reimburse ourselves back later, which has been very important for design and moving a project forward in a timely fashion. So.
It is helping us out right now for like school-related projects, community college-related projects, and it will help us when we start doing our own infrastructure.
Yes.
The more we can front and not start spending interest on big borrowings, and we can delay that additionally saves us money.
Right.
So we're constantly looking at that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point that with that planning, we were able to front money and move projects along, and save, I won't say years, definitely many months, potentially year or more.
And the dollars we're talking about, it's a massive amount of money.
Right.
And it allows us to be a little bit more agile because we can do all the planning that we can do and think that we've got it all planned out. And then an opportunity arises, like with the JCC property, that we are able to move quickly on it. And so it's just so important to have.
I have been here years where we wanted to do things and we've had to wait months, if not years, to do it because we didn't have the funds available. And you had the funds available, and it really helps our county move forward in the way that you want it to do.
I would say that's the case of the Advanced Manufacturing Training
Oh,
Center in
sure.
Four Oaks,
Absolutely.
that was a
That would
prime
not-
example when there's state dollars available that we were able to leverage.
You leveraged an extra $17.5 million because you had $17.5 million.
And we, in part, landed a almost $1 billion facility and 1,000 jobs at 90,000 a year because that was available.
That's right. And so like, when I'm talking to people and the people that ask me, those are the things I talk to them about when we're showing 50-60% fund balance. It is very well needed, and it allows us to do things to make the lives better of our citizens.
Absolutely.
So, I just wanted to kind of give you a summary real quick. We always budget, Rick and I, we budget a conservative, we do that because we know that there's priorities of the board that may be outside of what we're doing, and it kind of gives you some leverage to be able to do some extra things you might want to do that's important to you. All of our revenue trends are favorable, including sales tax, and we think that our fund balance percentage and our fund balance in and of itself looks very positive. So that's going to the things that we're doing now drives the things that Kyle talked about in the future. It all plays, it's compounding, it plays on one another. So the things that we're looking at, the investments that we make, what you guys budget during the year plays a very important part. So like, as Rick and I do the budget, we try to figure out what's best for the county and what we're doing. We understand that y'all might have some priorities that you have. We're trying to keep our eye on the ball to not let it get too big or too big so that it affects things that we want to do in the future. So, but we always work together and do all that and make the best decisions for the county. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Questions for Mr. McLeod? Nope. Great job as always,
Yeah,
sir.
great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for your support.
I think it's a great lead into our workshop.
Excellent. Yeah, well, with that being said, we will have our strategic planning meeting Thursday, February 12th, and Friday, February 13th at the Advanced Manufacturing Training Facility in Four Oaks. So the board will be meeting again as we do annually to discuss priorities and plan for the coming year. That being said, we'll move on to item number 11, which is manager reports and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. A couple things. One is called the Utilities Work Group. Mr. Lauder, Mr. Stovall, Mr. Rose, Jennifer and I have been working together on things along the way since the last work session. And one of those things was establishing a position to work primarily with regionalization and possibly some other things too. And so I know there had been some talk every now and then about maybe someone that could do some intergovernmental work, lobbyists, working with our state and federal partners, tracking legislation. So the idea came about maybe trying to package that together, a regionalization in terms of the utility side, but also someone to work intergovernmental relations type things. It's quite a niche. It'll take the right person to do that. We just wanted to come forward tonight and just ask for the board's recommend approval of this new position, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Those of you who are familiar with this, I'm assuming everyone's had an opportunity to hear about this position and what would be the pleasure of the board.
Jennifer sent out a good synopsis, I guess, of that. There's only one thing that I would change that I didn't like, and that's the title. What you just said was good. Put the emphasis on regionalization and government relations.
Yeah, it's actually government relations specialist.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you were thinking?
I like regionalization in that.
In there? Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I think the fact that it's going to be a very broad position,
Yes.
that regionalization would be a portion of it, but there's a lot
Sure.
of other components. I do think that Ms. Slusser and Mr. Hester really nailed it on this. I mean, I think this is exactly meets the needs of what the board was trying to figure out, but it rolls it into one position. So I think
I
it's
think
really
Ms. Slusser gets the credit for that.
very, very good.
And I would agree with Commissioner Godwin, the regionalization, although maybe not in the title, but clearly at our last planning session last March, and I think Commissioner Godwin, we need somebody working on that every day, waking up and thinking about that. And
That's right.
so it may not be 100% of their job, but that needs to be a large part of it initially until we get this thing moving and down the road. But I think there's many other things that they can help with as we have issues coming up and dealing with our folks in Raleigh, that we have somebody who's working on our behalf, solely on our behalf, addressing those concerns. So.
And to your point, Mr. Lawler, I think this person's job will obviously be working very, very closely with our utilities team, our engineering team on those. So it's going to be a great partnership there with this position. And then on the technical side, we have great utility staff, engineers on team. So anyway, that's the recommendation. We'll just respectfully ask the board for approval to move forward.
Is there a motion in anywhere in all that?
There is.
I'll make a motion to approve
Okay.
the addition of that position.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let the number say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Hester.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
board members. Also, I'd like to, just to provide a little update on the budget. And I know you've heard a lot of financials tonight, but our budget process is starting now in terms of the staff side. By the end of February, we should have all of the departmental requests, and then we have that and then we have debt service, which we pretty much know what our debt service is going to be. And then working closely with the school system and Johnston Community College. I've talked to Dr. Pierce twice already about he and I and Mr. McClam and their finance officer having some earlier discussions about some of the needs they have and partnering that with what the county's financial status is in terms of that, and staying within a budget that we think the board would be good with, obviously communicating with the commissioners on that. So we're going to start those discussions early on with the schools as well as the community college. And and just a couple of things. State statute requires that the Johnston County Public Schools has their request in to counties by May 15th. And so, you know, that's getting late into the season, but it's not their fault. That's what the statute says. But I think that we're going to have more conversations earlier, and I think we can be in a position where, hopefully, I'd like to be in a position to present the budget a little earlier this coming year than before.
Two thumbs up to that.
Yeah,
There's nothing that precludes them from getting it to us sooner, is it?
Sir,
There's nothing that precludes the school board from getting it to us sooner, is it, or the superintendent?
they can.
Okay.
It's just, and you know, it's just, and to their point, they're juggling a lot of things as well. They're dealing with state and federal dollars too, so I think we can at least.
They got factors they might not know until the last minute.
Yes, sir. So, and we have a lot of factors too on our end, but I think we can start this thing earlier and keep the board informed. I'd like to do this every month if I can, just to kind of status of where we are. So the commissioners know what we're doing, the public knows what we're doing, and we can come out of in June with a good solid budget. So that's just kind of want to update on that and see if anybody has any questions about, and we're very early right now, but we are starting.
Yeah, I would just say our colleagues in Wake County, I think the school board gets a preliminary budget to them the first part of May, and then knowing that there would be maybe adjustments coming, but at least you got some information to work from, knowing that it may change in 2 weeks. But yeah, that would be, I think it would be helpful to.
Right.
And I'm all for it earlier. I've been for earlier for a while, so.
And maybe to a fault, I've been a little taking my time because I wanted to get the numbers as right as possible, but I think there's room to do what you said, Mr. Lawler.
As we heard earlier, I think it's been pretty good.
And I want to say
pretty good process.
Miss Andrews over at the tax office, she's a big component of this too, because, you know, as you go along through the spring, she's given us the best estimates she has for us, because that's critical. As you know, ad valorem tax, it's the largest revenue source for your budget. So But anyway, I'd like to do this each month if they are okay with that.
Sure.
A little update.
Yes, absolutely.
And I look forward to the process.
I think everyone going forward, as long as we understand that those numbers do fluctuate.
They do.
Just like with the school board, they're trying to make projections of what that's gonna look like. So, I think we can start that budget process as early as we can, but as long as we understand it going, as we refine it down to that day.
Absolutely.
There's gonna be some moving numbers. So as long as everybody knows that. I think
Yes, sir.
we're in good shape. Okay, anything
Thank
else?
you. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We will not go into closed session tonight. We will wait and save that for another day since we're already pushing 10:15, but I will start with Commissioner Stevens for board comments.
I'm going to keep it brief. One thing I know that is at the heart of every commissioner on this board is that we want to do what's right for the greater good. And I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier, and it was really great to meet a lot of the greater good, that we represent the people that we are trying to make decisions to the best of our ability for. And so I just want to say I'm very excited to work with everyone that wants to be a stakeholder, that has voice, to work towards finding the middle ground that's going to make sense for us to help Johnston County grow responsibly. We know it's going to grow. There's nothing we can do about that, but I think we heard a lot of really great feedback tonight that I'm very grateful for.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Just to piggyback off of that, I would also like to just state that I think everybody on the board realizes who we work for. We work for these people. We don't work for the county. We work for these people that came to us today, and they can hire us and they can fire us, and we understand that, and we are here to represent their wishes, and I'm so glad we had such a good number of folks come out and be so passionate about that tonight. And the other thing I will just say that Saturday was a big day. I was invited to the Martin Luther King prayer breakfast, and it was a phenomenal morning of patriotism and prayer and uplifted stories, and it was just a great morning. And I followed that up by going over to Blackman's Crossroads that night for their annual Firefighters Awards Banquet, and I would just say that Blackman's Crossroads is a special place. Every time I go there, I feel like I'm at home, and they are so welcoming to me, and I had a lot of fun. It was a really special night, and I just wanted to mention how great that was.
Commissioner Pace Davis?
Just ditto to what Commissioner Rhodes and Commissioner Stevens said. I think all of us here don't take this position lightly. And that we have the citizens in our hearts and in our minds, and we knew going forward that the UDO is going to be a big overtaking because it's been a long time coming. And so I just really, again, appreciate everyone that came out tonight and for wanting to be involved. And I think that says a lot about the citizens, that the citizens are wanting to be involved, and I really appreciate them taking the time and the energy and the effort to show up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Stovall?
What we heard tonight is that we need to get it right, and that's what we need to do.
Absolutely. Okay.
We've had a lot of heavy discussion tonight, so a little levity. I think we ought to give the staff notes to take home in case their spouse wondering where they are.
The chairman can write the notes.
And I heard there was a basketball game tonight that state won in overtime.
What?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Who did they beat?
Oh, was it Clemson? Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you? That didn't seem sincere.
All right, back to the task.
Just a couple of things. One, there is a Association of County Commissioners has a tax and finance subcommittee meeting on Thursday from 1 to 3, and it's available online. It's not too late to sign up for that. If you all want to sign up and listen in on that, yours truly will be chairing that, so I will be the blind leading the not blind.
Is that the steering committee?
It is the steering committee. So I think there'll be a lot of good information there for us to tune in to see, get some updates on what's going on in Raleigh with the Special House Committee there, so tune in for that. The Campo meeting tomorrow, and then the other thing is more of just, I don't want to delay, as we've talked about the UDO, is just make sure, and I know our consultant has to be somewhere near the end of their contract, but to make sure that we're proceeding on with whatever we need to do to to make sure that there's not a delay, contractual delay in moving forward for any raising. That's all.
All right. Thank you, sir. One additional announcement that the applications for the nonprofits are available on the website. That's February 1st. They'll be available, and they're due back in March 20th for those nonprofits that typically apply for funding assistance. The only thing I'll add is that, tonight it was a long meeting, but I'll tell you, it was really good. And this is, in my humble opinion, this is what makes government right. I mean, to get the people in, to have conversations, to share information, to listen to their concerns. This is how we get it right. And I think everybody on the board is committed to wanting to get this done, but also wanting to get it done the right way, something that's going to really benefit the county moving forward and benefit the people that live here and the people that will, our children and grandchildren. I mean, that's the goal here, to do that. And so I'm very appreciative of all the folks that showed up today and came out and shared their feelings and their emotions and all that. It was really good, and I think that's when government works the best, is when we're engaged with the people and the people are engaged with us. So welcome them to come anytime, and we appreciate it. There will be more to come on this. So if there's nothing else for the good of the order.
Chairman, move with adjourn.
Motion and a second. All in favor, let me know by saying aye. Meeting is
Wait till
adjourned.
that opens.